Just citations.
That's a good idea.
I think we have one out. We just say
From Danielle at the end of
thank you. Look at that.
yeah, Sean.
The most important things. Whether you like religion is whatever. Try to find out what Renovation.
Alrighty, folks. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. So am I gonna first invite my colleague Darshan Gu to just get us going with some logistical things?
So welcome everyone. Thank you all for coming today. We're so grateful that you all could join us. I'm Darshan Gu. I'm the Senior Lab Director here for Danielle's lab at the Ash Center for Democratic Governance and Innovation in the Ash Center. We're all so pleased you could join us today for our conference on the political economy of AI. Just to get started, before I hand things over to Danielle, a couple of things to take note of today. First, of course, we want to acknowledge that the land on which Harvard University sits is the traditional territory of the Massachusetts people, and we also recognize the continuing presence of the neighboring Wampanoag and Nutmeg nations. A couple of logistical details. If you are looking for a restroom today, you'll find that they are next to the elevators. During our breaks, we'll prop the Ash Center door open where you came in, but otherwise you do need an ID to come in and out of the Ash Center. We have one on a lanyard right there for you. You can just grab it if you need to step out during a panel or anything, but we ask that you please put it back, otherwise Eli will be locked out of everything. So please, if you could.
You're saying everybody's going to pretend to be Eli all day?
That's right.
Yeah, you just told us.
In the event of a fire drill or emergency, there are stairs next to the elevators. There are also stairs located on the south side of the building, which is in that direction, and staff can help you find your way. I do want to take just a moment and say thank you to Sarah Hubbard and Eli Frankel and Alex Pascal for all of the incredible hard work they have done in planning today's event. I want to thank the Ash Center team here, the events team, the communications team, for all of the work they have done in helping us get today ready for all of you. So again, thank you so much for being here. Danielle, over to you.
Now I'm going to give you the mic because it sounds better in the recording. So.
All righty. Okay. Thank you. I also want to start with thanks. Thank you to Darshan as well. She didn't thank herself, but it is true. Thank you to Alex and Eli and Sarah. They have done just phenomenal work developing a just important program today. I'm confident we're all going to make sort of leaps and bounds of forward progress in our own thinking about a lot of systemic questions confronting us right now. And so thank you also to all of you who've traveled from all kinds of places to be here today. We're really grateful to you for taking the time. I was thinking about our conference this morning and realizing there's a sort of weird rhyme for me between the moment we find ourselves in and then the moment when I graduated from college in 1993. Those early years in the 90s had a fair amount of campus protest as well. Rodney King happened in 92. And it was also summer 92, before my graduating year, presidential convention, pretty momentous shift in American politics when Bush ended up not winning another term and Clinton came in. But I was also that summer, of all things, an intern at National Review magazine. This will surprise you all. This is my moment of confession. And so I actually went to the Clinton convention as a National Review intern, which was a really interesting way of being in the world at the time. And that period, that summer, was for me my own sort of pivot intellectually and politically. And the reason it was a pivot was because that was really the first political season that people were grappling deeply with the problem of inequality. And in that convention year, in that convention, it was really that economists' sort of recognition that income inequality and wealth inequality were significantly on the rise had just started to penetrate the broader public consciousness. And inside the editorial meetings at the magazine, there was a huge amount of debate about this. And the shape of the debate in the first instance was, this isn't really happening. No, this isn't really, no, it's not. And there was just like lots of time and energy put into trying to make the evidence go away. And then it couldn't go away. It couldn't go away because it was really happening. The conversation turned into why it didn't matter. That was a real break point for me. And so here we are 30 years later, and we've only seen the continued acceleration of those trends of inequality. Coupled with those trends of inequality have been significant dynamics of disempowerment and alienation. And alongside all of that, of course, this complete transformation of all sectors of our society because of the dynamics of technology. 1992, again, was a moment in which only a very small cadre of people knew what was coming from a technology point of view. I think I hadn't used email yet by the time I was at that convention in 1992. And so here we are in a world where, as I find myself often saying when I'm kind of just talking to ordinary folks who are feeling really stressed out about our situation right now, we find ourselves in a world where technology, again, has sort of transformed the capacity of human beings to coordinate, to scale up, to produce complex enterprises at global scales. And in that context of that kind of rapid change, our governance institutions are struggling to keep up with what the powers and capacities of technology now are. That is in a context where we already had underlying dynamics of economy developing in massively unequal directions with disproportionate allocations of power as well as material resources. And so now, here in this first couple of years of the birth of generative AI, I think we're really at a turning point. It's a question of whether or not the dynamics that have been in place for the last really 50 years, not just 30, but known for 30 years, whether they become completely entrenched, accentuated yet further, or whether we can break the dynamic, turn in a different direction, a completely different direction. Turning in the different direction is basically the project of my lab, the Allen Lab for Democracy Renovation. And you wouldn't think from hearing those words, I suppose, that it's about turning in a completely different direction in relationship to the political economy. But in fact, it is. Because, of course, the economy, political institutions, society are fully interlinked with one another. The questions of how we govern our economy affect the kinds of material and power opportunities that are available to given people. Those questions fully intersect with the operations of our political institutions. Society and the questions of divisions and cleavage, or whether we're able to bridge across lines of difference, also then directly interacts with whether political institutions operate for the public interest broadly or are subject to capture by one or another particular small interest. A variety of forms of elite capture are currently operating, all of which are antithetical to human flourishing and well-being. So when at our lab we talk about democracy renovation, we're talking about governance broadly conceived, governance, yes, of our political institutions, but also governance of our economy, and the goal of achieving new approaches to governance that are democracy supportive. Now, democracy supportive, another boring kind of blah phrase, What it is meant to point to is a goal of governance in the direction of human flourishing. So governance not just for profit, say, sort of in the commercial model, not for capture by one or another, again, intense and specialized interest, but governance for the sake of human flourishing. So why, for me, are democracy supportive and human flourishing synonyms? Fundamentally, because at the end of the day, as I see it, and hoping to make the case to you and to members of my lab, human beings thrive to their fullest when they have access to empowerment. Well-being is, yes, material, but it is also about allocations of power. And the purpose of understanding democracy supportive and human flourishing is going together is to pull the questions of the material, the questions of power into one conversation. So that is why we're all here today. The goal is to understand precisely what the stakes are for our economy in the age of AI, to understand how we can govern that economy in democracy supportive ways that are directed broadly at human flourishing. That means really understanding, again, those dynamics of inequality, those dynamics of disempowerment, and answering the question of where and how we can change those dynamics. Where is the lever a policy lever? Where is the lever training of technology professionals in relationship to their own professional obligations and responsibilities? Where is the lever not in tech policy, but in some other aspect of policy? Where is it in structural democracy renovation, changing our actual institutions of governance so that we are better capacitating the people to steer in the public interest? Those are all the questions. And so our day-to-day is designed to bring those to the surface. So if you run through our agenda, you'll know we're going to start with some lightning talks that give us a chance to think about the AI stack and just make sure we're all getting on the same page in terms of actually understanding how things are currently being constructed. Then we'll move into a panel, Unpacking Motivations Behind AI Innovation. We'll have a lunch break, a nice good hour. So the point is like talk amongst yourselves, right? This is a chance for new connections, new relationships to be formed. We'll have a fireside chat on democratic control of the means of prediction. And then 2 more panels in the afternoon coming after that. Alternative models of technology innovation in history, and AI in the public interest. Another little break, and then finally, building a political economy of AI for our shared future, imagining alternatives. So the last thing to say there is you'll hear from that agenda the recognition that our paradigms for technology development are highly consequential for our political economy, and vice versa. We have choices. There is not only one neoliberal, highly utilitarian / libertarian way to think about tech development. There are alternatives, and it's our job in this space to be imagining those alternatives together, developing the compelling accounts of them so that we have a prospect of breaking out of the very destabilizing and destructive dynamics we've been locked in for several decades. That's all. That's all we're asking you to do. All right. So with that, I think we're ready to go. There's no more official business, is there? Okay, terrific. So we can start our lightning talks ever so slightly ahead of time, and I'm delighted to hand the mic over to Professor Yochai Benkler from Harvard Law School.
Thanks, Sorry about this, but then we did start 8 minutes early.
Also means, I guess if folks want to get coffee, if you need a coffee refresh before we're 2 minutes for a coffee refresh.
I'll also add there's more seats up here too for those squished in the back if you would like a little more table room. Okay, perfect. You want me to advance your slides?
You doing that?
Doing a trip of it or like?
And for the quicker, I
Oh, cool.
Sure.
At Cornell Tech, and it's like in New York City. So oftentimes there's like people, academics who fly over
Perfect.
Europe,
Do
do a talk series down the East Coast.
Okay, no coffee for you anyway. Do you need this? You need this? Does anybody need this to hear me? No, unless you're,
Oh, it's just for the recording,
okay,
but
so there is. Sorry about all of that, 2 minutes worth of setup. I've been asked to talk about data, but going first, I want to also a little bit talk about what political economy is and what the relation between the political economy of institutions and technology is as a more general setup. At the simplest level, and distinct, I think, here from the way Danielle described it as the relation between the political institutions and the economy and vice versa. I think there's a way of thinking of political economy that if you think of economics as the study of production, distribution, and consumption, political economy is the study of production, distribution, and consumption with power at its center, with the basic distinctive questions about how power is sought, how it's produced, leveraged, and used on the backgrounds of inherited social relations that are themselves asymmetric, based on historically inherited institutions. As a broad model, it's a Schumpeterian Veblenian model of power seeking as the animating spirit of capitalism, the pursuit of quasi-rents, the increase of their magnitude, the increase of their half-life, and their leveraging into new rounds of being able to be a price maker, where firms continuously seek to create that pricing power, both by becoming better through improvement and by becoming more powerful in specific relations, which they play out against a variety of classes of subjects and objects of action, workers, consumers, competitors, suppliers in particular, building both horizontal power to increase rents and vertical power to increase share of rents against each of these particular groups. This sets us up with trying to ask a series of questions and understanding the set of current debates as they emerge on the dimension of who is who is having power against whom on what domain. So one major domain that you see everywhere is the sense of big tech vis-a-vis potential competing innovators, building in particular with respect to data on the capacity to collect and process large amounts of data, more than are available to others. The real question is, what is competition good for? Does it make better AI or more cutthroat exploitation efforts to get ahead? Is competition what drives innovation, or is actually the pursuit of power what drives innovation? In a Schumpeterian model, we shouldn't be surprised that what you see. And then the question specifically with regard to AI, is there anything new here? We've been in a process in which rapid innovation driven by pursuit of market power has shaped politics for the last 500 years. What is specifically new, if anything? Within this, there's the more recent set of claims that come up, and Alex, thanks for sending these to me, which are essentially questions of horizontal power dynamics among large commercial firms focused on distribution of rents. The copyright owner firm rents versus the AI company rents, and the question and the relevance here is the relative concentration of AI models, in this case of data collections. More concerning directly with the concern of inequality that Danielle put at the core of this debate is the set of relation among human subjects in the context of data intake among human subjects in diverse positions, in diverse existing social relations of asymmetric power, the organizations that stand in asymmetric relations of power to them, and the specific set of AI giants. So if we just focus on one particular set of conflicts specific to large language models and the anxiety of the professional and managerial class over being subject to the same process of de-skilling and automation that has been the preserve of craft workers for the last 300 years. We have employers and employers who hold copyright vis-a-vis knowledge workers in particular, but also in the context of medicine patients. So, for example, when we look at the Hollywood writers reaching an AI deal, this is about knowledge workers and their employers as data collectors and the relative power of between these. This is from a paper. Are you David?
Yes.
This is from a paper, and it's an excellent one that everyone should read, specifically on which on the way in which software developers similarly face the possibility of replacement, the conflict between Google Health and the deal between Google Health and Ascension, Memorial Sloan Kettering's original deal, raises three layers of conflict here. One between physicians and hospitals and patients as one asymmetric relation. The second is between physicians and hospital administrations and hospitals. And the third is between the hospitals and the major AI firms. And again, each of these raises a different set of issues. New and unique here is that the same phenomenon that we saw emerging with early automation and mechanization of craft labor is now suddenly showing up to threaten the professional and managerial class for the first time. And that's the major reaction that we're seeing. Suddenly it's us, not them, who are potentially being replaced. Since David is here, I'll let him talk more about this particular paper on how the whole class of answers having to do with open data as a mode of diffusion of power is too weak to really work and won't work. Specifically, a major issue is power and data preparation. The fact that data preparation is constructed through a global network of exploitable workers, going back early to the work of Mary Gray and Sid Suri, and now more recently the ways in which tagging, cleaning, structuring data requires large amounts of highly exploitable labor force that is global. Again, here, the benefits of scale and cost in preparation significantly contain the likely egalitarian consequences of an open data approach. Similarly, we've seen already for a long time, for a good 6 or 7 years before AI, the concern that the collection of data in the workplace, and maybe Sharon, this is something you're talking about, so I'll just note it, both in data collection through workplace surveillance designed to intervene in organizing and prevent and disrupt organizing, designed to de-skill labor, designed to increase the levels of surveillance so as to require less sharing of the fruits of labor with labor across multiple domains. Again, a lot of work. Finally, the fact that we're not alone in the world, and any desire to contain in the name of democracy the ways in which data collection and preparation is organized exists in a world in which others too will move, and exists on the background of hundreds of years of history where dual-use technologies have played a central role in conflict over global hegemony. And the re-emergence of nationalism and national competition as a driver of industrial policy, but also as a limit on democratic possibilities. So the basic questions in political economy of technology that apply to us here is: what are the inherited power relationships that shape the current positions in pursuing the new technology? What power relations in society could this particular component alter in favor of whom, enabling what kinds of distributions or new uses of power?
Okay, perfect. Next up, we have Sharon Block from Harvard Law School.
Okay, if I sit.
Yes, go for it.
Just say I hate following yokai. So be kind. Of course, I want to start by thanking Danielle and Alex and the whole team here for including me in this important event. And so my topic is to elucidate the labor inputs into the creation of AI. And I really appreciate the decision to sort of put this topic at the start of the day, and to think about how the labor inputs and understanding the labor inputs focus the importance of the narrative in talking about this topic. So I'm going to start with just like a little thought exercise. So what are the two adjectives that are most often associated with this new generation of technology? And just think of them in your head. I bet most of you thought of the words artificial, as in artificial intelligence, and innovative, right? As this is what is important about this new generation of technology, is that it is innovative in a way that's different than anything we've experienced before. Well, here's my provocation for this talk. When we talk about the labor inputs into this new technology, we should excise those two adjectives from our conversation. So the technology may be innovative, it may produce something that looks like it gives us the experience of an artificial version of human intelligence. But I want to make the case to you that the way that the people who contribute to the creation of these models, it belies the label artificial. And the business models adopted by the companies doing this work are anything but innovative. And I'll go one step further. It is detrimental to the workers who are involved in the creation of AI to continue to use these adjectives, artificial and innovative, without qualifications, because these adjectives obscure the reality of how this technology is being developed. So let's start with artificial. Why shouldn't we call this technology artificial intelligence? So what do you picture? Again, thought exercise. What do you picture when you think about artificial intelligence? Robots, computers, lines of code, right? If I asked you to picture people when I say artificial intelligence, maybe you picture Sam Altman, or people sitting in Silicon Valley offices wearing hoodies or whatever, or maybe you picture venture capitalists who provide the resources to support these companies. But those images that derive from the label of artificial obscure all the people who are involved in creating AI. They're not disembodied, they're not artificial, they're real people. And many of them in the AI supply chain are exploited by the real people that that term brings to mind. So let's just spend a couple minutes talking about like bringing them into the room. Who are the real people in the not artificial intelligence supply chain? Many of them, as Yochai alluded to, are what we call data labelers. That is, they're the people who train the AI models. A large number of them sit for hours a day in front of laptops labeling pictures to teach tools like ChatGPT how to identify different objects. Another category of humans involved in creating not artificial intelligence are data validators. Simply put, they're the people, at least as far as I understand it, who are also sitting in front of computers for hours a day. What they do is check responses to queries, often on specialized topics. So they make sure that the models learn what the data labelers are teaching them. The humans with the most difficult job are the content moderators. They're like the content moderators you may have heard about at Facebook or Twitter. But again, these are people who sit in front of computers for hours a day. They may be reviewing images or text. The images or text that they review is the most awful, sexually explicit, or violent content. They look at this terrible stuff so we don't have to. So they teach the models to exclude this kind of content, to get it out of the AI bloodstream. Then the final category of people I'm going to talk about, bring into the room in the AI supply chain. It's probably at least to me, was the most surprising, and the category that best makes the case that we should abandon the phrase artificial intelligence, at least for now. It's the category of people who perform information processing tasks. They do what you may think is being done by the model. They take over these information processing tasks to make the model look like it is functional AI. These workers have often been called AI impersonators, and they may be used when the tech is not yet living up to the promises made by Silicon Valley executives, but for some reason, either because they have to goose the stock price, entice new investment, avoid embarrassment, for some reason it's important to simulate the performance of what we think of as AI. So where is this workforce? Well, let's start by talking about where it isn't. It isn't in Silicon Valley. Much of this workforce is in the global South. There have been recent stories, Yochai showed some of them, about large numbers of workers doing the data labeling and content moderation in Kenya, the Philippines, India, Uganda. Think countries in the global South where there are large concentration of English speakers. And in case you're not cynical enough yet, Venezuela has recently popped up as a hub for this work, just as their economy was collapsing. So who employs this workforce? Again, let's talk about who doesn't employ them, and that's the companies that we've all heard of that are located in Silicon Valley. So not OpenAI, not Microsoft, not Anthropic. An industry has sprung up to procure people around the world to do this work. The biggest names in this sector are companies like Remotask, Scale AI, Sama, Amazon Mechanical Turk. They're not AI companies. They all have contracts, however, with these big companies, creating like a layer of legal distance between the people doing this work that creates AI and the AI companies. How many workers are there in the not AI supply chain? We don't really know, but there are estimates that there are hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of people around the world who have contributed to this work. Now, most importantly, and again, Yochai alluded to this, what is their work like? Many are paid less than $2 an hour. For the most part, they are treated as gig workers, taskers, freelancers, independent contractor, whatever label you want to choose. But that means they're not guaranteed secure employment in terms of hours of work or amount of work. Often they don't know from day to day whether they will be working. Many of these companies operate as a platform offering tasks to whoever responds first. Time Magazine and other outlets have reported how this type of task allocation drives workers to push themselves to work very long hours while work is available as a hedge against the inevitable slowdown or disappearance of tasks on offer. Some of the data validators who have specialized skills may in fact be in the US and get paid more, but even they are generally treated as independent contractors and not employees. So that's an overview of who the people are who are in the not artificial intelligence supply chain. But this overview brings me to why I want to excise the adjective innovative from our discussion, at least when we're talking about the companies and not the technology. So sadly, there is nothing innovative about companies exploiting workers in their supply chain. There's nothing innovative about moving work to the global South and using labor brokers in order to be able to pay workers far less than the employees of the lead company. There's nothing innovative about sticking the label independent contractor on your workforce in order to avoid having to abide by basic labor standards. And there's nothing innovative about exploitation of working people emanating out of Silicon Valley under the banner of innovation. But it doesn't have to be this way. There are amazing people who have been working for years on the problem of exploitation in global supply chains. The same principles that apply to improving the lives of garment workers in the global South can be applied to workers in the not AI supply chain. The first step is to bring attention to the problem. Think about how we are now forced to confront when we buy clothing, where those clothes are being made, even if they have a label with the name of a fancy American or European company on them. So we need people to have the same understanding about the AI supply chain. So I'm sure you're all familiar with the great book by Mary Gray and her colleagues, Ghost Work. That book brought much needed attention to this dynamic. Now there are a number of organizations working to bring attention and solutions to this problem, some of which are represented in this room, but just to name, like Mark Graham's Fair Work, Partnership on AI, Distributed AI Research Institute, AI Now. These groups and others that have long worked on global supply chain issues have developed principles to apply to supply chain workers. Many of these frameworks involve requiring lead firms to pay decent wages and benefits, employ workers directly, provide secure work, respect workers' freedom of association and voice, and commit to fair management. So I hope what we are doing here matters. That is questioning the dominant narrative that is driven by the people and companies that have the most to gain by obscuring what is not artificial or innovative about their businesses. We can't be so dazzled by the technology that we lose sight of the fact that if the AI business model can't accommodate abiding by principles of decent work in their supply chain, then there is something very wrong with that business model.
Thanks so much, Sharon. Next we have Noman Bashir from MIT, who will be talking about energy inputs into AI models. I'll pull up your slides right now. Yeah. I have them right here if you prefer. Okay. Oh, you prefer that? Or just
No, don't worry.
You're good. You just
Yeah.
have to go back and hit allow.
yeah. To allow.
Yeah.
So I think maybe just, you know, it's just use it. I have them there.
Hey, there we go.
Sorry.
Okay.
Hi everyone. So it appears I have 30 minutes for talk, but I won't take more than 10 minutes, hopefully. So I am Noman Bashir. I am going to talk about the climate and sustainability implications of generative AI. I am a computing and climate impact fellow at MIT Climate and Sustainability Consortium. And I also work with MIT Computer Science and AI Lab. And basically, as we have talking about AI is, or specifically generative AI is going through an explosive growth, and it has significant um, climate and sustainability implications in terms of the resources it needs, the amount of electricity that is needed, the emissions that result from it, and also the impact on supply chains in terms of GPU shortage and other hardware resources that are needed to build these data centers. And the key growth drivers for these, and basically to put, yeah, to give a more context into basically when I need that, mean that AI has significant energy needs. So if you look at the power demand for the data centers from 2019 to 2023, it has significantly exploded over the last few years. And this is just the committed co-location capacity or hyperscaler capacity from one company that is scheduled to be become online in the coming couple of years. And finally, in the past, like we had from 2005 to 2010, there are estimates that the demand for computing only grew from 153 terawatt hours to 194 terawatt hours, which was basically over 5 years. But even from 2010 to 2018, the growth in energy demand was not huge. It only grew by 6%. And that was because during that time periods, a lot of computing workloads shifted from these on-premise data centers to these hyperscaler data centers, which were a lot more energy efficient. And computer science community made significant strides in improving the energy efficiency of computing. So that is why even though the demand increased by 6x from 2010 to 2018, it did not result in a corresponding increase in the energy consumption of computing. However, as the energy efficiency gains slow down and the demand keeps increasing, this exponential increase in computing's demand is likely to result in a corresponding increase in energy demand. And it is expected that in 2022, the energy demand already rose up to 460 terawatt hour, and that is before this hype around generative AI and chat GPT. And it is expected to more than double within the next couple of years. So why is this the case? Basically, in my opinion, it is that we have this incomplete consideration of value. So when people talk about generative AI, these are kind of the hype words that you listen. It is going to improve efficiency, productivity. It will have transformative benefit across every sector. But there is a sorry. Okay, so there is not so bright side, which is not visible here, which basically for some, yeah, talks about it's visible on my computer, but in any case, so I will just, so it basically there is a significant e-waste, and these AI data centers have massive freshwater consumption requirements. It also leads to resource depletion. And then there are GHG emission and energy climate impacts that most of the people have heard about, because that gets kind of the most attention. There are impact on people and impact on biodiversity that is basically now visible. Okay. So that is not the bright side of AI, and people don't really talk about it. So when I go to computer science conferences, I think that maybe less than 5% of computer scientists would um, worry about the climate or sustainability implications of their technology. So what does this mean? Does this mean that we should stop this generative AI growth? The answer is not really no. Basically, what we proposed as a part of this white paper was that rather than, so I think one of the major problems right now is no one knows the exact climate impacts of using a generative AI or simple AI tool. If you use a chat GPT query versus a standard Google search, or if you use chat GPT as a your like help line, basically chat bot, so you don't really know how much additional energy consumption or climate impact that you are having. So there is this need to first quantify the amount of emissions and the water resource usage across like multiple dimensions, quantify the implications of using generative AI tools, and then leveraging that to inform more judicious use of AI where possible. So there is already recent interest in basically looking at and measuring the environmental impact of AI. So there was there was this bill from Massachusetts Senator Ed Markey's office, and we are working with their office on uh, trying to see how basically their proposal could be implemented in practice. And their proposal is basically about the developing standards that allow you to measure the environmental footprint of AI. So if you were to build such a comparative benefit cost evaluation capability, to do that, we propose this, like there is a well-established methodology of life cycle assessment in normal product development, which requires you to define a scope, define like the boundaries, baseline and scenarios, and looks at different sources for metrics and data. So we propose that that kind of approach could be deployed for or used for generative AI as well. So in this case, what you will do is that you will look at the cost that will not only be in terms of carbon footprint, but also water usage, energy consumption, and material uses, and also the tension between access to electricity, because data centers are not the only one that require this energy from the grid. Concurrently, society is also going through a huge transformation in terms of um, electric vehicles transitioning from gas-based heating to electric heating. So who gets this currently available electricity capacity that is available in the grid? Because any modifications to the electric grid requires like multi-year planning, and in the short term, we may not have electricity to support all of these requirements. So in this case, for example, what we say is that there are different kind of metrics that you would want to look at for AI, as well as you have different stakeholders whose input is required to make any kind of assessments. We need ICT and AI professionals who work on the software side to improve their efficiency, then people on the hardware side of things, then like civil society and policymakers. So civil society or social scientists can help us quantify the benefits, because they may not be tangible in a lot of scenarios. And then policymakers can enable a lot of access to data that is otherwise invisible, because all of the energy estimates that I showed earlier, they are just estimate. They are not the real data center energy consumption. So it befuddles me that there is like actual data centers and we don't really know how much they consume, and we have to just kind of like estimate. And those estimates vary from 200 terawatt hour that I showed for 2010 to 1000 terawatt hour for 2010. So I don't really know, like this 2% is, I think, low 2% of energy consumption due to computing is lower bound on the energy requirement of computing. And with that, I will conclude my talk. And yeah, I am happy to talk about this like later.
Perfect. Okay, now I'm going to invite all of our different lightning speakers up to the front here for the next 30 minutes, and we'll do a little Q&A session amongst data, labor, and energy kind of topics. So we'll open questions up to the audience. And if our speakers want to join us up front. Okay, I'll pass these around if needed.
Time for audience questions?
Yeah.
I couldn't tell. I have a question for the panel in general, but perhaps directed especially at Yokai's initial presentation with the definition of political economy, emphasizing production, distribution, consumption with power. I thought curiously absent from any comment in the short presentation was the exercise of power by the state in exactly the dimensions you're concerned to illuminate with respect to data collection. And I wanted to invite general comments about that, but perhaps add in light of the other presentations that on the frontier of the generation of extremely powerful generative AI models, the capital costs for training the models are so large, the shifting political winds of industrial policy so powerful as well, that an emerging dynamic is the emergence of national or state frontier models, which will not just mean data collection by the state, but a certain type of geopolitical competition also with the market with respect to the production of the models themselves.
I can start. First of all, I'd like to say that it's amusing to see two people from Harvard Law School not mention law once, and one person from MIT mentioning law, but maybe we each know the limitations of what we know closely. That's what you get with 10 minutes, right? So my focus away from the state is largely to emphasize what is distinctive about political economy as a way of thinking about the problems, emphasizing the understanding of the economy in terms of power. Certainly, one dimension of power is leverage over and by the state. Certainly, the relation between the profit-reaping classes and the political military formations is central and quite different in different countries, certainly different, say, in China and in the US. And that becomes a really important relation, both in terms of leveraging the fiscal capacity and in terms of the ability to. That's partly what I was trying to gesture at with the penultimate. But again, distinctive, I think, the political economy, as I perceive it, and I understand it's not the way many people perceive it, but I would urge us to do so, is to understand the state itself not as a monolithic actor, but as a terrain of struggle between classes and between classes whose relative power comes from control over the production system and those who are systematically the political military formations that, given a certain level of monopoly over violence and legitimation, can be called the state.
I can jump in a little bit, maybe on a more sort of realpolitik level. And I think what's happened with Silicon Valley sort of generated platform economy is the perfect example of the inability, at least in the US with our current political system and problems, of just the inability to influence big changes in that sector, you know, what comes out of that sector. Like, we can't even get we haven't had the political will to apply laws that are on the books to companies like Uber and Lyft and other platform companies. So the idea that we're going to figure out a way to address this big change. I mean, there's the companies, you look at what's at the federal level, obviously we're in a time of almost complete paralysis. So we're not going to have federal, I mean, on the labor, I'm talking about the labor side, that's the side I know. So we're not going to see federal legislation. And then every time that states try to step in, or people in states, like what happened in California around Prop 22, to try to just get the laws on the books applied to the people who work for those companies, the amount of money that came into the state to fight against that just very basic control or protection for workers, I think was instructive, and it's happening here in Massachusetts, or it will still soon be happening here in Massachusetts. We have ballot initiatives that will be on the ballot in November, again, not around the AI supply chain, but again, this sort of previous generation of a similar problem. So I'd say right now, at least in this country, the ability of the government to control the labor standards for workers in this sector, I'm not very optimistic about. There are some brighter spots if you look at regulation of the supply chain in other sectors, like what happened with garment workers. We do have more disclosure now. Germany just adopted new legislation to require more accountability for German companies for what happens in their supply chain and in their company, in their operations in other countries. So, maybe there are some bright spots, but again, if you look at garment as an example, like what accelerated attention on the global supply chain problems for workers in that supply chain was the Rana Plaza tragedy. So, you hope you don't want to see regulation or self-regulation by this industry with that kind of catalyst, but that's sort of the best example we have. So I'm not overly optimistic. Also, I would just ask people to introduce themselves so we know who we're talking to.
So just one thing that I would like to say, I mean, I don't know about the politics much, but one thing that I feel is, even though people say that we have seen in the history like this rapid innovations, I think the word rapid is like have very different meaning when it comes to like this technology. Even in the past, let's say you built like car or a plane, people did not start using it immediately. Now you come up with a new generative model and apply it to a particular use case, and billions of people start using it immediately. And by the time you do anything on that front or are able to assess its impact, a new thing has come up. So the scale at which things are changing is unprecedented. And I think our policy around like moves so slowly that it cannot even comprehend basically the normal computing growth, let alone this like unfederated, basically Gen AI.
First, maybe Henry.
So I really wanted to hammer home what Rob said. Sorry, Henry Farrell. I'm at Johns Hopkins University. Apologies. So I just wanted to hammer home what Rob said about geopolitics, because I think this is a really important part of the debate, which very often gets left out of these kinds of discussions, which is a lot of the debate is happening in geopolitical terms. So you see on the one hand, people like Mark Andreessen arguing that we cannot have any regulations on data or AI, because if we do, China is going to eat our lunch. And on the other side of it, you see the Biden administration moving to have controls on connected cars, perhaps for the first time, but justifying this in national security terms. So I think it is really important to understand that debate, to understand the problems associated with that debate, but also perhaps to understand some of the opportunities that might be associated with that debate, to actually sort of focus people's attention on, okay, so authoritarian states are doing this with this data. We are doing the same kinds of things with roughly similar, very often sort of methods of data gathering, and sort of drawing those connections, I think, would be very, very useful. I also have a more specific question for Yochai, which is, so if we've both been in this debate for rather longer than perhaps we we might like to be. But because 20 years ago, this was a very, very different debate. This was a debate about open data, and the more openness you could have, the better. And now I think one of the implicit things of your presentation is that creating open data, as you say, without creating appropriate structures to go along with it, is it's creating a weak world of political possibilities, which allows for big actors to hoover up all this information. So so I guess looking back 2 decades, what should we have been thinking about 2 decades ago, and how much can we do now, or has the chicken flown the coop?
And how long would you like me to review the last 25 years of my research career? First of all, I think it's important, because of this exchange, not to forget the first component of what you said, which is the big intervention. And I worry that this back and forth prevents us from actually getting more such. So I don't want to ignore the question, but I think it's important that we be able to get more people putting these kinds of statements, which were missing from all three of our presentations. Look, I think that 20 years ago, it was plausible to look at the distribution of material inputs into information, knowledge, and cultural production as they were actually put in service on the background of common carriage in the primary communications networks, and believe that with the right kind of moves, one could circumvent both the state and the market into producing a genuinely decentralized information, knowledge, and cultural production model. That's what I thought. That's what many of us thought. But certainly that it was part of a conflict over the institutional environment that would or would not. But I would say as early as 12 years ago, when I looked back and again just saw Wikipedia and open source software repeating as our examples, that's why I'm doing what I'm doing now as opposed to what I was doing then, which is to say, what is it about the dynamics of capitalism and modernity that enabled both the profit-reaping classes and modern states to overtake the possibilities of decentralization, to restructure bottlenecks of concentrated power in the transition to the handheld, the cloud, the large-scale data collection and modeling, the proprietary standards enveloping the still open core. And the question then becomes, what are the dynamics that lead to that? And that's the point about power and power seeking being the primary motive force of the whole story. And what are the dimensions, which are not only technological, but also institutional and also ideological? And then we see how those play out. So what could we have done differently 20 years ago? I'm not sure it was wrong to try to push the imagination of what could be for as long as it was still feasible and people were genuinely working to build that. But then not to continue nostalgically to imagine that that's a solution in the face of a fundamentally different material infrastructure is important. And to understand, and I think this, I agree, was missing from my presentation in the way that both you and Rob mentioned, the central role of the state and the ethno-nationalist project as an organizing concept for massive investment in AI as a technology of national dominance, particularly in the US and China.
Okay, we probably only have time for one or two more answers.
Yeah, Andy Haupt from MIT. It partly overlaps with what you just said right now. I'm I'd be curious about regarding reactions from the panelists to, I think, the framing of this particular lightning talk session, but then also that it's that we're discussing today the political economy of AI as opposed to with AI or having AI. And here it seemed to me that the framing is AI viewed as a production technology that has inputs. We're talking about energy, we're talking about data, we're talking about labor. And we had cases where, Shen, you brought up Uber or platformization. I'm wondering, what are we missing potentially if we're framing this as a production technology as opposed to an allocation technology or a knowledge governance technology? So how does here AI interact with how what labor is actually, or how consumption happens, and what the later order effects are of people potentially not flying over anymore if we have very potent technologies to represent people digitally, or what does this mean for the whole endeavor of political economy and more broadly the allocation of the means of production? Or did you already address this framing and it's not limiting?
And I'll just say, I think those are all really important questions and could be the topic of like another lightning panel that would last the rest of the day. So I think I thought about this presentation as purposely looking at it as what are the inputs in that production model, but absolutely and just again, from just my narrow perspective as a US labor lawyer, like we're already seeing new ways that workers are engaging with the introduction of AI into their work, both in in terms of replacement, in terms of augmentation, and then I think, as Yochai alluded to, in terms of management. And I think in my own work, what I want to prioritize is looking at that management perspective, because I think that's the piece that's most present right now, most urgent, and is just incredibly important, and often, again, I think gets put to the side, that there's a lot of conversation driven towards the replacement, maybe the augmentation conversation, but I think the very uncomfortable conversation for, again, coming back to the companies and wanting to drive the narrative, is the conversation about management, which obviously implicates surveillance and what that means to be, an autonomous person working in your workplace. So I not in any way mean to say that those aren't important conversations. It was just we only had a lightning strike.
I would just like to add one thing. So even though like I focused on the energy aspects and how much energy or it consumes or carbon it emits, but basic essence of the work that I do is on quantifying or measuring the costs as well as benefits. And I think that measurement framework would be essential to any kind of higher level construct that you see generative AI as. So even if you think of it as a production technology or any other thing, you would need, when it comes to the climate implications, you would need to be able to say that, okay, this particular technology has this much impact. So in that scenario, it would not preclude any other kind of like concept.
Do one last one, the back.
Thank you for coming to the back row. My name is Parihu. I'm a PhD student here, and I work on right-wing populism and the digital economy. I want to go back to something Professor Block mentioned about the inability of regulation to influence the changes, and Professor Benkler's comment about how the law didn't come up. So a really common trope with technological innovation is that the state and the law is unable to keep up with big tech and innovation. Now, it doesn't have to be that way. The sort of techno-legal arrangement is, after all, a production. It isn't something that falls from heaven. And I was wondering, about what your views are about sort of institutional design. So often my opinion on these things is that the law doesn't lag. The law is systematically made to lag in order to let innovation prosper in specific ways. So the problem of AI, in a sense, is the problem, the age-long problem of technology, the Schumpeterian model of innovation that Professor Benkler was mentioning, where innovation is the forerunner and all the regulation comes at the back. So I was wondering if that were to flip, if we didn't think of the techno-legal arrangement as the techno first and the legal next, but the legal first and the techno after, what that kind of imagination, that kind of legal imagination would lead us to. And just the panel's broad views on whether there is indeed anything new about AI, or we're still dealing with age-old political economy questions about innovation, distribution. Industrial revolution led to lots of people losing work. The computer coming in led to lots of people losing work. So what's different about AI? That's the first thing. And second, how can we imagine a different legal arrangement where we're not just giving up our agency to, oh, big tech is going to innovate and we can't do anything about it, but taking it back?
I mean, I'm happy to start. I tried to convey in my remarks that I don't think that, I mean, at least from a labor perspective, there's nothing new. This is, we have seen this game before. And unfortunately, we've lost this game before, and we're in the process of losing it. So I've spent most of my career in government, actually trying to flip the script, as you say. So I don't come to my pessimism, at least in the short term, from a from a place other than being just profoundly sad that it's just such an example of the failure of our political system right now, because there is nothing new and we should be able to handle this problem. And we've handled and empowered workers when there have been huge technological changes in the past. I mean, as a labor lawyer, then that's a very present lesson. But the problem in our political system is a lot bigger than AI. I mean, we're not handling all kinds of problems, but I totally agree with you. There's nothing new here. It is not, and I can assure you, it doesn't come from a place of everybody involved in the sort of administrative state, the regulatory system, being dazzled by AI. It's more a matter of being swamped by the flaws in the political system and the money that comes into the political system that just has made it incredibly challenging. I mean, you see the Biden administration, I think, trying in a way to frame this conversation differently about the need to regulate AI, but there are just incredible headwinds.
So where are you doing your PhD?
I study STS, Science and Technology Studies.
So let's talk in the break and over the course of the day, because the point you've raised is precisely the core question of law and political economy as an intellectual movement, and of the strain of law and political economy focused on technology. Sharon's Center on Labor and a Just Economy and my program on law and political economy, as well as the Berkman Center, are sharing a fellow next year precisely trying to understand these questions. That is, from the perspective of the legal academy interested in this, the core set of questions, what you put on the table. That's what we need to understand. We don't know it. And that's what we're actively engaged in trying to study. For me, in my research agenda, what it meant is that I stepped away from technology for a few years now to try to understand the model of political economy generally and law and political economy specifically, and then apply it to tech. On the question specifically of AI, to the extent there is something new, it's what I tried to gesture at in the lightning talk, which is that for the first time, particularly LLMs appear to be doing to the professional class what the Dutch loom did to craft weavers in 1675, what ring frames did to craft unionized mule spinners in 1835. That is to say, to take embodied knowledge away from a source of power for craft workers and locate it in the machine, embody it in material culture, in order to allow capital to control the knowledge content of the work, so as to reshape work in favor of capital and increase the bargaining power of capital to capture a larger share of the distribution of the profits. And that's new specifically to LLMs in terms of the internal class structure within the profit-reaping classes between the professional managerial class and the capitalists.
Okay, great. Let's give a hand for Yokai, Nomi, and Karen. Thank you all so much. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back at 11 for a panel on unpacking motivations in AI. There is lots of food and coffee still out back, so feel free to grab some. And there are some more open chairs up front for folks who may be squished there in the middle. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. We are going to go ahead and get started here in just a moment. Hi again. Great to see you. Someone just, I was telling someone about the yes, I am.
Alrighty, folks, let us reassemble.
It's been a while.
So we started in the lightning talks by looking at inputs, data, labor, energy. For this panel, Unpacking Motivations Behind AI Innovation, we're going to start actually looking at key actors, particularly those who are benefiting from the current set of arrangements. After Sharon's remarks, I feel some tentativeness about the title of the panel, AI Innovation, right? And Sharon's just advised us why we should be careful about that term and concept. So we're fortunate to have with us to your left, Julius Krein, editor of American Affairs, important journal probing a huge range of policy and cultural questions of our moment. Amba Kok, is that how you pronounce your name? I apologize if I got that wrong. Okay. From AI Now, and Janet Haven from Data and Society. So we're grateful to all three of you for being here. And we're going to just jump into a conversation. So we are asking our panelists first to begin just with their own description of the current political and economic ecosystems of frontier AI development in the US. So we are being very US centric in this conversation for this panel. But how do you map in your own thinking the consortium of key actors and how they relate to each other? And Julius, I'll go ahead and start with you.
I might not be the best person to start with because I should, my background's in finance and my main focus is on industrial policy and defense industrial base and things like that, competition with China. So my comments will be less about the specifics of whatever Amazon is doing at the moment, but more just how I see kind of this larger shift in political economy that could potentially be happening. What I find most interesting about the AI discussion is how much of it is actually a continuation of very typical tech trends and what is potentially different. The things that get the most attention to me, the LLMs, stuff like that. This seems like a standard continuation of internet technology that we've seen for decades, that notoriously has not produced significant productivity gains, except for maybe a brief window early on, that is built on an economic model around sequestering intellectual property and financial rents from investment and capital intensive and labor intensive parts of the value chain. You mentioned earlier the state has not kept up with some of this innovation. I would disagree with that in the sense that maybe it hasn't kept up in the way we would like. But if you look at things like WTO TRIPS, changes in U.S. trade policy, patent policy, weakening of antitrust rules in certain areas, the state has kept up. It has been a perhaps not always conscious, but very powerful strategy of actually emphasizing a U.S. economic strategy built around intellectual property and financial rents, basically commoditizing manufacturing, production, and other parts of the value chain. And it was nice to see in the last presentation, this definition of economy is concerned with consumption and production. I think if you look at the Harvard Economics Department, they care pretty much 99% about consumption, and that's how policy has been based for a very long time. And when I look at a lot of the use cases around LLMs and stuff, I see sort of more of the same things that are not likely to drive much productivity growth or really change much. We're talking about customer service, most of which has already been automated. Maybe you go a little further. My favorite one the other day is people talking about, you can have the AI summarize a meeting that you didn't go to. If you didn't have to be in the meeting, whatever. But to put it more significantly, or the things that are different that I think are really interesting is that AI is so much more capital intensive than the conventional internet technology model, which is all about pushing that investment away. This massive investment in data centers, in energy, and the kind of not exactly vertical integration of energy and power into these data centers. In some cases, I think there has been that, but the contracting and so on that really binds them together. And I think that's the big question going forward, because China is essentially going to use AI to further elaborate its manufacturing and industrial system, which is what's driving its geopolitical power. The question for the United States is, are we going to use AI to further elaborate our internet entertainment ad tech system, or to actually push into rebuilding our industrial base and actually driving productivity and completely reshaping the political economy that has been built away from that? So maybe I'll just stop there for a moment in terms of my first impressions of how this is going to look.
Terrific. Thanks, Julius. Yes, that is a very rich set of first impressions. We'll come back to a lot that's in there. But Amba, how do you characterize this political economy?
Yeah, I'd love to come back to the industrial policy discussion as well. That's a focus of our work right now. But you phrased the question as the political economy of frontier AI, and I think that's the mainstreaming of frontier AI as a term also will tell you a lot about what has happened over the last 18 months, maybe a little bit longer. And that's that we've seen the kind of foreclosing of our imagination of what counts as an innovation trajectory. And I missed the first section. It seems like someone already brought that up, but sort of our imagination of what is a valuable technological trajectory that is in the public interest, our understanding of what counts as breakthrough science, all of that is being shaped in line with the incentive structures of the largest tech companies, and that's not by accident. So frontier AI is a term that was first used in a paper by OpenAI, and it is actually a very crafty and canny definition because it puts a kind of nebulous, always shifting horizon of what counts as frontier. It's in relation to more advanced and more powerful than what is on the market today. And so there's a way in which when frontier AI got baked into the UK AI Summit and then later to certain kind of White House commitments, what was also getting baked in was a kind of clean shit to the models that were on the market, or certainly the ones that were in development, towards this kind of more speculative set of risks that were out on the horizon, and in that way, I think was a really savvy policy move. And I think in the previous session, maybe it was Sharon who mentioned this, but we were talking about, is it just kind of the dazzle of these tech executives, or is it just massive lobbying power? I think, of course, it's massive lobbying power, but the way in which I think Janet can definitely speak to this as well. For the last 18 months, or for a period of last year for sure, all of the air got kind of sucked out of the room in favor of the kind of existential risk debate based on what I hear are kind of presentations that were authored by some of these frontier labs, And it shouldn't be a zero-sum game, but it absolutely operated to exclude conversations on present-day impacts, whether that was impact on labor, our information environment, privacy and security risks, or competition. So that's I think the first thing. The other thing that I think comes out of that whole series of events is that we saw OpenAI and Anthropic sort of in the front seat, or sort of driving the conversation around both the promise and the potential perils of this technology, whereas it was kind of, Demis and Google DeepMind and AWS and Microsoft almost in the backseat of that conversation. And if you were not paying close attention, you would then assume that these startups are really at the helm of this new frontier. But I think the reality, just to go back to your previous question on like how I would characterize this present moment, is that it is the infrastructure companies, that is Microsoft, Google, and Amazon, that 100%, I think, control the current trajectory and the near future trajectory of this market. That is playing out in many ways. I think the evidence just gets stronger and stronger. But to summarize, for those that haven't been paying as close attention, Microsoft, Google, and Amazon have a real win-win here, right? Because they control the cloud infrastructure that all of these AI startups rely on. But more importantly, they have a very clear path to market when it comes to large-scale AI, which is that they will license these large-scale AI models via their cloud. It makes, AI then becomes this almost like plug-and-play add-on to the infrastructure that they've created. And they are then able to enter into much more lucrative, longer, and like larger cloud contracts. More unsavory, I would say, is the way in which we're seeing sort of round-tripping financial practices. This is not particular to tech, but these so-called investments that are being made in AI companies are also coming back to these same companies by way of cloud licensing fees, which is, in many, not all of the examples we know of, that means that, you could maybe debate whether these are investments at all. And then I think the third part is like, what about Meta, right? So there's an infrastructure play, but there's also a platform play. And that is the way in which companies that have access to the consumer and access to monetizable markets are able to essentially use it as a kind of feature enhancer and optimization for their existing suite of products. And for those of you that use WhatsApp, you're seeing like that annoying like AI search bar on top. And like there are ways in which they're like trying to spruce up their existing offerings. But what shouldn't be lost in all of this is that while the business model for AI remains entirely elusive, and like the best examples we hear are like, maybe it'll be a suite of chatbots that'll like, potentially help you do your laundry or whatever, like really just the most banal stuff. The path to profit, there is no path to profit outside of big tech. And that's concerning for many reasons, but maybe for later in the conversation.
Terrific. Thank you, Amba. And your turn, Janet.
Yeah. Did I do this right? Yes. Well, I will say, just maybe to build on both Julian and Amba's points, I think, the way that I think about the ecosystem is very much in the way that Amba described it, of a kind of, lining up of the research labs that are sort of at the forefront of this story, backed by the cloud computing companies. And because the research labs, OpenAI, Anthropic, other big labs, are very much driven by this idea of building artificial general intelligence, which is an imaginary idea. It is not something that is necessarily societally desirable, and it's also not clear that if you just keep throwing data into models that you will end up with something that is conscious. So there's like a whole bunch of scientific questions around, and societal questions around, like, why are we putting all of these resources and attention into solving this, as Amba said, very circumscribed technological problem? There are a lot of other ways that we could be developing AI that might be much more societally beneficial than pushing towards AGI. That turns out to be, as Amba said, a great business model for the companies that want to sell more cloud, and the companies that want to sell chips and other picks and shovels of this economy. So I think, when we think about the sort of ecosystem, I think that's kind of where we tend to start. I think, Rob's question earlier about the role of the state, I think is absolutely right. I see the state playing a very significant role in this. And I think we've seen kind of two sides of that, emerge. And that's probably the wrong way to put it because it's very much a Venn diagram. But on one side, we have essentially the national security state that is interested in how do we use these technologies to advance America's prospects in the world. And then we also have the regulatory state, which at different levels, both looking at frontier models and current models, is looking to build, what tends to be called guardrails around these systems to make them safer, to make them less anxiety producing for, the people who are thinking about this whole sort of spectrum of risks from current harms to, catastrophic risk of, CRD and chemical, biological, nuclear, radiological, to like really far out existential risk that AI slips the leash and eats us all. So that's another level. But I think I want to spend like 2 more minutes just talking about the actors in this ecosystem who I think get much less attention and who I think we should be paying more attention to. So one of those groups is labor, is organized labor. They have shown themselves to be a major force in this environment. We saw last year SAG-AFTRA and the Writers Guild extract real concessions from a very painful and very long strike, but they managed to change the terms of debate in the contracts that they ended up with when it came to the sections on AI. I would say it's probably not enough. There are lots of loopholes, but that was a really important moment, I think, for a lot of people who work in this field to just understand the power that labor has in a way that is really different than like IP or copyright enforcement or something like that. Another group that I think gets really totally ignored is the people who live in our society. So,
like us.
like everybody. So, like for instance, when OpenAI released ChatGPT, they did not go out and talk to a bunch of middle school teachers to find out what might happen if that were released. They did not go out and talk to a bunch of doctors and nurses to find out what might happen. They did not go out and talk to a bunch of workers in factories. They did not go out and talk to Amazon delivery drivers. They didn't talk to anybody. Right now, when the companies that are building these systems are assessing the societal impact of their tools, they largely do it through quantitative data. I can tell you, I was telling Alex, I think this earlier, I talked to the guy who runs the social impacts team at Anthropic recently. It is a team of 3, and they are all quantitative scientists. So they are assessing the social impacts of Claude and other tools by looking at the data that comes back from the people using those tools, meaning that it is in an insane little hamster wheel loop of what you might call platform enclosure. So that the last group I just want to mention that I think is an important group and is part of this environment is the media. We have seen a narrative around these tools and around AI largely in our society, around the government's role, around the company's role, emerge through the media that I think follows earlier hype cycles around technology and the kind of hype and fear. And I think that we have done, and when I say we, I think of groups like my own, like Data and Society and others who are working in this field to really center the human effects of these tools and the societal impacts, have not done a great job at putting that narrative forward, of making that front and center, of countering a lot of the hype that both Amba and Julius mentioned around the sort of actually like very small productivity gains that we might see from AI and the total lack of an actual business model of like, what is this for? But instead, you know, what we hear are the sort of drivers of, you know, industry pushing this as a solution to everything.
Great, thank you so much. So I think I'm going to try to play back to you guys a little bit what I heard, and then ask some additional questions. I think the purpose of this panel, if I am understanding it correctly, is in essence to map the stakeholders so that one understands what the conflicts are, what the blockages might be to some of the, as we imagine them, kind of more productive approaches to tech development that are currently the norm, what the opportunities are, et cetera. So I think just to give you sort of more contextual awareness of sort of where we are in the conversation. So, you know, I think at the end of the day, the map you gave us started with nation states, US and China. Julius suggested that China is steering its tech innovation policy in ways that support elaborating industrial manufacturing, continued sort of growth of that for their economy, whereas we are steering it in a way that supports elaborating our internet, cultural media, and ad tech economy, I think was roughly something like that you said?
Intellectual property.
Intellectual property economy, fair enough, okay. So the point is nation states. Next major category of actors we heard about from AMBO was the research labs and the cloud computing companies, sort of those two categories of actors, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, and OpenAI, Anthropic, and the like. And it's important that you are distinguishing those two categories of actors. I think in the broad public, there's not necessarily clarity that that's sort of two very distinct positions with different kinds of interests and stakes. Yet, as you're all making the point that currently their interests are aligned in being oriented towards this consumption IP-based economy rather than an alternative. And then, you know, thank you, Janet, you added labor and people who actually experience life and the impacts of all these technologies. So and then I guess last thing to say is sort of the state itself having subcomponents within like national security state and the regulatory state. So that's sort of the map of actors that you gave us that we need to kind of think about if we're trying to kind of navigate this world. So what I'd love to do is ask each of you to think about what do you think are the kind of hardest challenges for unlocking the current status quo economy. So when you think about all those stakeholders, what do you see as the greatest obstacles to unlocking the current set of commitments and opening up a range of alternative possibilities? And where do you see opportunities for doing so? And I'll let whoever wants to jump in on that do so.
I can go first again.
Okay.
I mean, the way I look at, I mean, you know, what's the phrase? AI is reiterative, right? It just takes what's already there. And I think that's true from a larger political economy standpoint too. We're inherently looking at the applications of AI based on what our economy is already set up to do. So, you know, you want to have AI make a website for you or make a PowerPoint presentation for you or whatever. China likewise is looking at AI to, again, further elaborate its already existing manufacturing dominance. What's interesting about this is that unlike the kind of, you know, software eating the world the last time around, AI is so much more capital intensive. It requires all these inputs from chips and data centers to energy and many other things in addition to kind of the basic software development. And that inevitably pushes it toward kind of the physical world. And I think it's very interesting, maybe not entirely coincidental, that we had a kind of industrial policy boom and an AI craze happening at the same time. They may not be entirely coincidental. The reason there's potential promise in that, I think, in addition to the perils I alluded to earlier, is if you look at the kind of, you know, golden age of America that I think people sort of inherently refer to, it was when the most profitable companies in America We're also the largest capital investors and the largest employers, big integrated manufacturing for GM, GE of the 1960s. The last 50 plus years have created an economy where the most profitable companies, namely big tech, the smattering of finance thrown in, have very low capital investment needs and are relatively small indirect employers, and they push the labor intensive parts, as was mentioned earlier, third party firms, so they don't actually have to pay them and they can't actually share in the profits. But because AI is so capital intensive, you are at least having an opening for those dynamics to change, such that in order to continue to pursue AI, you're seeing companies that for a long time insisted on how capital light they are, now starting to make these forays into the investment and production side of things. That opens an opportunity, I think, for not just greater, labor profit sharing, but also I think a more productive approach to innovation. And that's where you get to, the national security stuff is all kind of built around that. Henry Farrell's here. He wrote this great book, Underground Empire. Talks about the data centers in Loudoun County, Virginia, and how this, national security state is able to access them, and that's part of U.S. control of the internet and so on. Loudoun County, Virginia, a few months ago, refused the first data center application in its history because the energy needs were too great around AI. And the In-Q-Tel, the CIA's venture capital arm, put out a report a few months ago about the kind of coming war with China over global data centers. China obviously has Huawei and a lot of telecom equipment. There's going to be a rush to build data centers all over the world. And this, because of the capital intensity and the different dynamics, opens up all kinds of different regulatory, legal, and political economy approaches than we've seen with the previous model of the tech stock.
And just one follow-up, Julius, and I'm going to kind of boil this down to a very simplistic question for you, but insofar as you would like to see the U.S., build on this possibility for industrial policy, move away from the pure IP and consumption economy, how do you map your allies and adversaries?
At this point, it's mainly national security driven. And coming at it from kind of the political side of what you can get done politically, national security is the main thing. And I not everybody knows this, but the U.S. is estimated to run out of ammunition if there were a conflict over Taiwan in something like 7 days. China builds 21 submarines a year. We build one. Russia builds 7 times more artillery shells than all of NATO combined. The level of urgency there is quite high. And actually, there's sort of 2 ways it can go. I was at a conference recently where everyone is like, well, the defense industrial base is a joke. The US would lose a war with China. Our only hope is AI. And that can mean 1, building a new manufacturing base, or 2, it can mean, we have 50 missile software platforms and no missiles. And where that goes is, I think, very much a matter of political contestation. Where I think the question mark is who are the allies that want to actually build something more productive than we have in the past? There is a smattering of kind of hard tech VC people. There's a smattering of kind of middle market industrial PE people. And the question that I keep raising is this push into capital intensity going to make the real kind of power holders in this economy, namely big tech, more interested in going in that direction than merely kind of sequestering their profits? But I think that's still very much an open question.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, there's so much in what Julia said that I actually want to respond to. The first is, I really like that you asked the question on, who are the kind of the main allies in this push towards, prospective push towards manufacturing over consumer focused tech, like Silicon Valley orientation. And I think an even more important question is like, who is the base? And I think what's clear to me is that this particular vision of manufacturing as the way forward appeals to not just the defensive establishment, but also to a particular white male working class base that I think is going to respond favorably to something that situates the direction of the economy back to manufacturing and away from a concentration of wealth in the innovation economy. And what I will give it is that and Julius knows that I have somewhat different thoughts on, I think, where this should lead, but I think where I think this vision is compelling is the fact that it actually has a theory for what public interest AI could actually mean. And that is something that is sort of sorely lacking in the current discourse. It's definitely lacking. We sort of studied industrial policy, AI moves across the world in many jurisdictions in our recent work. And what we found was that there is no theory of public good beyond some nostalgic framing around basic research, the idea that AI will help humanity cure cancer, help the environment, but at the same time kind of ignoring the alternative discourses that would maybe potentially rebut these claims. So there is no alternative kind of theory of public good. And I think if I had to kind of make a call to action for what we should focus on, it is to develop that alternative imagination that also escapes this paradigm of like generative AI and even AI to begin with, and so it kind of has that conversation unhooked from this present hype cycle. And then, I think the other thing I wanted to say is just like, in terms of what are the current hype cycle is being driven by a vision for what we have in its place. So we don't have a public interest vision. What we have is actually this whole mythology around AGI. And the reason I'm coming back to that is because I think that is also what has got the national security establishment to the table. It's the potential for this technology to be a stepping stone, not that the chatbot version of it isn't that, but there's a version of it, and we're told that it could be tomorrow, it could be in 5 years, that could really change the dynamics of the geopolitical order. And again, the foundation of that claim is highly speculative. The House Science Committee has also kind of waded in here to be like, there's a lot going on with this speculative stuff, and it doesn't seem to have strong scientific foundation. So I think we're at a really kind of crucial inflection point where there are differing visions of industrial policy, and the question to maybe draw from Amy Kopczynski and some of the other LP scholars that have been talking about sort of process when it comes to industrial policy is what is the kind of democratic deliberation we need to get to a vision of public interest that is representative of everyone in society, and particularly those that are structurally disadvantaged.
Great, thank you. Janet?
Yeah, well, so maybe just to pick up on that, I think that when we think about the challenges to the current environment, folks have talked about the idea that government is struggling to keep up. And I think that I don't really agree with that. I think that there's a culture and a history around government involvement in technology regulation and in intervening in the technology environment that I think has held us back. But I would argue that the lack of the government's involvement has made it very difficult for us to come to a vision for what public interest technology is, because we do not have the enabling constraints that let us see into what a future should look like. So I think that the sort of challenge and the opportunity is essentially the same thing that we've seen the Biden administration take some early steps to create that environment, to try to put those guardrails in place through the executive order on AI, through the recent OMB memo that is guiding agencies and how they can use and evaluate and test AI, through the creation of the AI Safety Institute. And all of those pieces taken together are intended to create an environment where we start to see the possibilities in the public interest use of AI, where government itself becomes the model for that. I think also a big part of this that is still to come is that the OMB will be putting out procurement guidance. And that is in the absence of legislation, which will probably be absent. That is really the only way that the government has to reach substantially into shaping the private sector. I mean, I think that a huge challenge is that we continue to slip on the banana peel of self-regulation, that we continue to believe technology companies when they say, we've got this, like, don't worry, we'll deal with the deep fakes around the election. Don't worry, you know, we'll deal with the alignment problem. Don't worry, we've got it. And that has proven substantially wrong over the last 20 years. So, I mean, I think that the challenge is getting the, you know, I actually really do not like the term political will, but to focus the attention and to match some of the even the early commitments that the Biden administration has made with real money. The AI Safety Institute has a budget of $10 million. This is ridiculous, right? Like, this is a ridiculous amount of money. So, you know, we the amount of money that's being put into the National Science Foundation for the research into that translation between AI and public interest outcomes is also very, very small, relatively speaking. So I think that a lot of this is about marshaling the forces of government when we have the opportunity and directing it towards a vision of public interest technology.
Perfect, thank you. I'm gonna ask one more question for all of you and then open it up to everybody else. And then gonna really pick up on, Janet, your comments about the private sector and its evolution over time, the way in which it can be shaped, the way in which it has changed. It's a kind of very narrow question that I actually have for you, which is really just about the shape of firms and whether or not, from your point of view, we should be looking towards a future where there are a few sort of national champion firms, big firms that have been kind of harnessed to industrial policy, or a more kind of competitive ecosystem, domestic ecosystem of competitive firms. Curious sort of which trajectory you think is preferable.
I have thoughts. I would say that I think the Biden administration is sort of historically unique in the way in which it has sort of disentangled the interests of big tech from the interests of the nation state. And that is not just in the technology sphere, it's notably, you know, especially in global trade with what Ambassador Trade has been able to do. So I think, for one, I think it's important to acknowledge that we, you know, some years ago, I think we would have just taken for granted that there are natural monopolies in tech, and that is an asset for the nation state, particularly as part of its arsenal against this race against China. But I think that is back on the table as something to question and to really ask if our national security interests are best served by a collection of a small number of companies based in the Bay Area, or whether they might be better served by a more decentralized innovation ecosystem. And the Biden administration has sort of been even more explicit that the answer to foreign monopolies in China is not to tolerate domestic ones. So that's, I think, important precedent to hold dear. But I think more generally, the whole debate on national champions, and every single time we've sort of been tracking the ways in which it's come up in policy discourse, and it is, I would say, without exception, being brought up by industry bodies and other kind of economic elites, always to make a deregulatory argument. It's so interesting the ways in which Mistral, that was France's national champion for a brief hot second there, was like, you know, we're France's national champion, we hate on US big tech, and therefore we think that the EU should not have any regulation that applies to foundation models. All of the regulation should be concentrated to the end use layer. And there are valid arguments to be made on both sides here. But I think what's interesting is that they pushed pretty hard to make a deregulatory case. They got the French government and the German government on board. And then some weeks later, in a move that made the kind of European Commission look pretty bad, Mistral announced a pretty major partnership with Microsoft. And this is after they had specifically called out Microsoft as the company that they were playing against. So I think the question to ask is really, is national champions, has it become a kind of discourse of convenience for companies that are looking to gain favor with national governments, particularly outside of the US, and on the other hand, to kind of it works nicely as a kind of deregulatory move, one which, if I had Mr. Alzier, I would argue would hurt them much more than it would hurt some of these big tech companies.
Thank you. Janet or Julius, comments?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Amba. I guess I would just add, I think there are real dangers in concentration for all kinds of reasons. And just to name another one is, I think that means that we end up pushing towards very, very particular technological solutions that are not necessarily the ones that we need. And so I think, going back to my earlier comment about the focus of the environment right now being so much on this drive towards larger language models, when it is, again, like really unclear that those are the innovations that will benefit society, that would benefit a national security focus, and that would benefit productivity.
Thank you. Yeah, Julius?
Yeah, the US has a very strange relationship with national champions in competition, and somehow manages to combine the worst of both worlds, where we have very lax antitrust that creates de facto national champions. But instead of creating a real national champion where you have some kind of government control over it, it's basically left to its own devices. And then you get Boeing and you get Intel. So, national champions can work if you're going to do an Airbus system and the government has a golden share and you're willing to tell the company, sorry, you're not going to do that share buyback this year because you got to invest in this. Absent that, you have to have domestic competition. And I think it's historically the most successful industrial policies work in competition, whether it's competition for export markets or some kind of domestic competition. What's interesting with the Chinese model is they essentially have every province start their own, EV company or whatever it is, have this incredible Darwinian competition in their internal market, and then they take a few winners and push it out to the rest of the world. The US is not set up at all to deal with that. And I think we will need to find better ways for government industry collaboration when it comes to competition for foreign market share and other things. But I think the way, we don't have the capacity or competency to do that now. And I think it would be very unfortunate if that involved eliminating the benefits of competition and creating more Boeings.
Terrific. Thank you. Super rich conversation. So the floor is open. We have just under 15 minutes. Yep, we'll start over here.
Thanks. I'm Doug Haladas with Americans for Responsible Innovation, and I'm also a fellow at the Elfer Center. I have a question. I feel like a lot of these conversations, we'll hear about public opinion on these things, and one of the more significant facts, I think, is that the public largely agrees with a lot of these criticisms of the current state of affairs, but the political salience is low. So until a year ago, I was with Senator Klobuchar, and I spent a lot of time working with the antitrust bills, and we did polling in the swing states to try to get a floor vote to say that, okay, the voters in these 5 swing states really support this issue, and the margins are huge. It's like 80% to whatever it was. And we would take this information to try to make our case, and the response is always like, yes, but if you ask voters what are the top 10 issues that are on their mind when they go to the polling booth, this doesn't even register. And that made it hard to get traction. And you mentioned NIST funding, so my organization's been doing a lot of work on that. And it's something that I feel like everybody in the space seems to support, but when lawmakers have to appropriate funding, there's not a natural constituency for this thing, other than a small number of people who track it closely. So I'm just curious if you have thoughts about how to, make this more relatable for the public, have them understand. I mean, it seems like there's a lot of explaining and as necessary, but I don't know how we make the case. I'm just curious if you have any advice on that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll start and just say I think there are two things with that. So one is I think that's why I mentioned the media at the beginning as a part of this ecosystem, that I think narrative is a really, really important thing that we need to pay attention to more, and to craft narratives that are very legible to people who are living everyday lives. But I think the flip side of that is, like, I think there has been a lot of explaining, like there's a lot of like, oh, we need to, focus on AI literacy and, go and explain to people the AI. And I think that's totally backwards. I think we need to ask people what their experiences are to be able to find out what is actually important to them. And I think we're really bad at doing that. I think we need a much more, Amba mentioned a deliberative participatory process. And I think that participatory localized processes in engaging people where they are is really important. I would love to see, the sort of People's Commission on AI out in the field, like really talking to people. And I guess I'll end by just making a plug for qualitative social science, that I think we need way more of that, because we actually don't know what is happening with people when they encounter these technologies and what both their lived experience and then thus the political salience is.
John?
Sure. Actually, I want to jump on this idea that people are doing the explaining, but maybe doing it badly, which is that when you were talking about the funding and the Biden administration's response, what I was hearing was a lack of organization in the potential constituency for positive reform. So I want to know, one, if I'm hearing that right, if the constituency isn't organized well, and then if I am, whether you're seeing any actors who might be natural members of that constituency doing things in the AI space that are not productive, and then what the strategy would be to put it in a more productive lane. Like, whose job is it to tell people you're explaining this badly?
I'm not sure I fully get the question.
When you say the constituency, what are you thinking of? Like, what are you referring to?
People that would push Biden administration or Congress to make regulation in a more positive direction.
Right. I mean, I think I think there's a relatively small and very, very under-resourced public interest focused group of organizations and individuals and academics who are part of that constituency, are part of that coalition. I would say it's somewhat well organized, but probably not as well organized as it could be.
So I think this is probably connecting to the previous question a little bit, which is to say there's sort of popular opinion out there that suggests there's a base, but it's not actually organized in such a way that the small group that you're describing is getting reinforcement from the broader public.
I mean,
we don't have a movement.
I was just going to say exactly that I don't know that being right is a strategy either, or being convincing in being right is a strategy. And that's sort of why we've been talking about, like, what is the base, right? So it is that. And I also want to say that there have been certain more technocratic policy interventions that have now become the baseline, particularly in the privacy sphere. We now have data minimization that is law in most parts of the world, hopefully soon in this country too, which if you polled people and you asked them if they think their data should be minimized or minimal data should be collected from them, you might actually lose that fight, right? But we still push for it. So I also think there's limits to indexing too much on the kind of what the public wants and needs, given that there is such a vast power in information asymmetry. So both things.
Julius, did you want to add anything here?
I know this is the Center for Democratic Governance or whatever, but I feel like we got to have some hard truths here. The people don't matter in any of this. You wanted chips, the SIA got it done. The reason this isn't getting done is because there's not really a lobby for it. It's not like North Dakota, if we want to talk about the antitrust stuff, North Dakota did an app store thing. There's plenty of bipartisan interest, political interest in this stuff. But at the end of the day, Apple and whatever show up, teaming up with the Koch brothers and others, both on the left and right, and they spend a ton of money in tiny North Dakota. And the reality is you don't have a lobby for a lot of this stuff. So I think I would worry less about, romantic notions about 1930s style organizing and a little more about who's your lobby.
Let's say we can go to the very back of the room first. Any hands in the very back of the room? Okay. Right, Rebecca.
So I know dangerously little about AI. I've been thinking about climate change for the last 10 years. And as I sit in this room, I'm hearing a question that seems fundamentally unresolved, and I'm confused about it. On the one hand, Yochai says this is a technology that could replace all the professional and intellectual work. And on the other, I hear there's no business model, it's not really going to do anything. So what is this technology? Or do we not? No, this is a huge issue, because let me give you a lobby, Julius, because I think it's a great point. My candidate lobby is all the firms that are going to try and use this technology and deeply resent their dependence on the big guys. And my candidate for the public interest work is something like the manufacturing extension service or the agricultural extension service, which is, here's how you use this technology to run your factory, your law firm, your university. But I'm not hearing that conversation. Does this group think it's going to stay with communications surveillance? Except for the military people who think it might be amazing. So what is going on? Like, what is really happening here?
Let me just start with the question and the lack of lack of clarity on what the business model is in the present day. I think part of why this is such a open question right now is because of the eye-watering, as Sam Altman called it, costs of capital that are associated with this technology. It does not seem clear that there is a world in which it makes sense. Now, if I had to bet on a path to profit in a more macro sense, I wasn't there for Professor Benkler's talk, but I would say that I think what they will not tell you is that a lot of it will fall back on automation of the creative industries, of, I'm not sure if I would use the word professional classes, but definitely of certain rote automation. You have the nurses union that is already up in arms about the fact that, they're saying they're going to replace nurses with a transcription software that costs like $9 an hour. So there are those movements. I think what is being disputed is two things. One, that what is carrying forward the funding cycle on AI right now is not any conversation about use cases. It is a conversation about speculative artificial general intelligence, which would then make up for the massive amounts of capital that is required to keep this going. And I think just because you work on climate, I will say one thing that struck me in the last session, there was that slide which says, does this mean we should just stop with Gen AI? And the answer was no. And I actually wanted to ask a little bit, which is I think we are at that position where Sam Altman and these other, executives are telling us, look, maybe the climate costs are too staggering, but we can just look to nuclear energy. We will bypass all of the regulations and we will find the energy, because this is so important, because this is going to change the world. And if you didn't believe that this was going to change the world in the way that he does or that they do, then I think that you would really ask some questions on whether this is at all a bargain that society should be taking, or whether we're much better suited for something along the lines of a moratorium. But we're not having that conversation, and it's because it's based on this kind of much more larger than life narrative about where this is going to go eventually. And no one's talking about a basic automation as the future. They're talking about not really clear what, but something else.
Right. So final thoughts from you, Janet, and then Julius. Yeah.
So I just wanted to respond to Julius's point about the people don't matter. I fundamentally disagree with that. But I also would say, I actually think you're right. We don't have a lobby. And this is a huge problem in the public interest, in people who are working for the public interest in this space. So we come at it from the perspective of we're educating, we're all C3s, we're all sort of showing up and doing the work and sitting on groups. We do not have C4s, we don't have PACs. And I think that that's something that from a political change perspective, we actually need them. We need a much better political strategy. The reason why people matter, not only because people matter, is that if you have a lobby, you have to have a base from which to pull. You have to have something that actually makes your lobby have power. And in this case, that is going to have to be a broad coalition of people and organizations, and the types of groups of manufacturing and agricultural groups, I agree, that we haven't yet pulled together.
I just say I appreciate your point on the ag extension service. It's a model I think is very interesting. We've written about, it does exist a little bit in fields beyond ag, but it's funded at such a low level that it almost doesn't matter. yeah, I don't know, on the larger point of the lobby, I mean, it's interesting. I feel like, you know, the promise recently is that it's kind of happening. There is some reconsiderations in the corporate world, and there are some players who are starting to think more along the lines you described about concern about dependence on a few players and all of that. In my experience, there's still a lot of hesitance about sort of anything to do with the government. There's a lot of, you know, these mental paradigms that they're a few years behind and haven't, you know, been as focused on the, you know, end of neoliberalism discussions as some people in the C3 world. But there is the models, the economic models of the past are not working like they used to. And when you hear, you know, Elon Musk and people like that start talking about China's going to, you know, take all auto share if there isn't more government protection. When you see what's happening to Apple in China, and on and on and on, I think we are at a very interesting inflection point. The lobby doesn't exist yet, but unlike the recent past, there is the potential for it to form.
Thank you for a terrific discussion. Let's say thank you. And now it's lunchtime, and I believe lunch is probably put out exactly where breakfast was. Yes. We have 1 hour.
Yeah, just a quick reminder that we actually have a 12:30 session back in here. So go ahead, grab food, mingle, and then we'll start back in here at 12:30. And bring your food. We'll keep going. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get started with our 12:30 session. So feel free to keep eating. There's also lots of food still left out there, so help yourselves. Our lunch session is on towards democratic control of the means of prediction with Max and Taylor Joe, and I will pass it over to you both to maybe introduce yourselves and then kind of get into some conversation. So thank you both so much.
Sure. Hi, everybody. My name is Taylor Eisenberg. I am the executive director of the Economic Security Project. We call ourselves an ideas advocacy organization, trying to take some of the big, bold economic ideas that maybe have been sitting around or on the margins and kind of bringing them into the mainstream so that we can make them real in people's lives and demonstrate it as possible to deliver for families. We got into the tech world, tech conversation back in 2019 with a real focus on monopolies, both the emergence of tech monopolies, but then also how that business model was being exported into other parts of the economy to advance, again, monopolization. So I am excited as an advocate. I also have a lot of feelings about the previous conversation around public voice, and we'll get into that with this conversation on democratic control.
Hello, my name is Max Casey. I'm a professor at Oxford with a background in economics, but also in machine learning theory, and so I teach machine learning to graduate students there. And what I want to do in my brief input at the beginning here for our discussion is to kind of lay out a bit of a conceptual framework how I would think about political economy of AI to structure the conversation a bit. And so kind of going to make 5 points here. The first one is kind of what is AI, which is a question, I guess, which we haven't really talked too much about so far today, and probably different people would give a different answer to. But I think what unifies all the different branches of AI and machine learning, including older branches of AI, is that they're all systems that maximize some objective. There's always like literally some number in the system that somebody puts in there, and the system is supposed to maximize that number. And what a lot of the discourse and different kind of more critical branches about the impact of AI does, both in like the AI ethics community, the AI safety community, is to think about problems of AI, but always think about them as optimization errors. Something goes wrong, somehow the objective that we want to maximize didn't quite get maximized, which is kind of natural coming from a computer science background, because you spend a lot of your time trying to optimize things and to fix problems that come from the fact that you didn't quite succeed. What I'm going to argue, however, is that even though these optimization errors, maybe they happen sometimes, but they're not the first order issues usually for the big problems that we face in terms of the social impact of AI. Instead, like all the major conflicts are conflicts about what are the objectives that should be optimized. And of course, different people, different players have different answers to that. And so it's a question of how do we kind of, as a society, trade off these different objectives and who gets to decide what's being optimized. And in practice, who gets to decide, of course, are in the first place, I guess, in a capitalist economy, those who control the inputs into AI, which we have already discussed. I'm calling them means of prediction here, so things like data, energy, compute, expertise. And what I finally want to argue is that in order to align the objectives that AI systems are maximizing with what we care about as a society, we need that those who are being impacted by the decisions of AI actually have a say about the objectives that AI is optimizing. So let me briefly elaborate on each of these points. So what is AI? Maybe my definition here might be a little bit surprising as systems that maximize something, but it's really kind of the standard textbook definition for, here's like one quote from one popular intro AI textbook. And if you read any machine learning theory, it's always about there's some objective that's being maximized, some reward function maximized, some loss function minimized. And so Russell and Norvig, for instance, define the goal of AI as constructing rational agents, where rational agents are defined like this, in a way that's actually quite similar to how economists would often define rationality. And in particular, I guess AI is much more than large language models, and especially a lot of the socially consequential applications of AI in the sense of automated decision-making are not in the language modeling space, but they concern things like newsfeed selection. What is the information about the world that you actually get on your social media or in your search engine? It's online pricing, who pays how much for what. It's hiring algorithms that are used a lot by HR departments in large companies now, who gets invited for a job interview based on their CV and recommendation letters and whatnot. It's school admissions, right? What are the criteria for who should get into some educational institution or not? And I mean, maybe the most consequential in ongoing war is deciding which households get involved. It's decided by algorithms too. So about this kind of optimization error frame, which I would argue is the dominant one in discussions about AI ethics, AI safety. Here are 2 examples, right? So there's a lot of discussion about algorithmic fairness, algorithmic bias, but almost always, and there's a number of definitions of fairness that are floating around, almost always those are framed in terms of a deviation from profit maximization, right? So say in a hiring context, it might be something like the algorithm is biased because it hired men instead of women, even though the women would have contributed more to profits. But the framing crucially here is about, we could have higher profits if we did something different. So all of these notions basically conclude that there is no bias, there is no unfairness if profits are maximized. It's kind of an amazing slippage if you think about what these discussions about fairness set out to do. And similarly, in the discussions about AI safety, value alignment, it's also often framed as kind of an optimization error, kind of in the Hollywood movie frame of like Space Odyssey or Terminator, or you name it, where, or I guess the paperclip example that many of you might have heard about, right? This idea of a paperclip maximizing robot that at some point realizes that the human creators don't want infinite paperclips, and so therefore it has to eliminate the humans. But it's also just there's somehow a slightly misspecified objective here, and therefore things go wrong. As opposed to talking about what is it that the system should be optimizing, where different people want different things, presumably, both for distributional conflicts, so kind of who gets what part of the cake, but also value conflicts, what kind of cake are we producing here?
And so, for instance, for the algorithmic fairness discussion, this would suggest a frame to think about who wins, who loses, which is a very different question from can we rationalize unequal treatment out of profit maximization, right? So asking, like, for instance, what's the impact of hiring algorithms on gender inequality often gives you very different answers from asking, can you rationalize unequal hiring based on profit maximization? And similarly, in value alignment, I would argue in many cases, it's not that the objective was just misspecified a little bit as an engineering problem, right? So if, say, Facebook is maximizing ad clicks, and that's generating all kinds of side effects like filter bubbles, heated political debates, teenage mental health issues, and so on. It's kind of maybe a regrettable side effect, but it's not an optimization error. It's just that profit maximization through selling ads is not the same thing as optimizing democracy and mental health. And so who controls the objectives of AI systems? I guess we heard already quite a bit this morning about that. But there's the various inputs, and arguably those who control those inputs have a say about the actual objectives in current society. And in particular, those inputs are things like data, compute, expertise, energy. And I think in this context, in all these attempts to solve problems by appealing to the ethics of corporate engineers might sometimes be helpful, but to first order, I would argue a lot of them, they work in profit maximizing companies. And as such, the objectives are given to them. There's only so much wiggle room around the objectives you can choose for the AI systems. But as a Facebook engineer, you're not just going to decide, oh, I'm not going to maximize ad revenues anymore. And so instead, I guess, then we need to think about how can we align the objectives of those who control the AI systems with what we care about as a society through various pressures. And I think kind of as a normative ideal or goal, I would argue those who are being impacted by the decisions should have a say about what the decisions are about. The abstract definition of democracy. And how do we get there? Well, there's kind of a more short-term answer, which is we somehow align what profit maximization means with what we care about as society through various pressures that various agents in society can exert, whether it's consumer advocates or unions or civil society organizations or the media or regulators or courts or a number of others. And in the longer run, we should create legal frameworks where those who are being impacted by AI decisions actually have a say about the objectives that these AI systems maximize. I'm going to stop there. A little pitch for my forthcoming book on this topic. And there's also this paper, which I guess is posted on the conference website. Thank you.
Max some questions to tee up the conversation, and then we will go to the audience and then bring everyone else in. So I think we spent the morning talking about inputs and motivations, and this conversation is meant to start shifting us to talking about, so what do we do about it, how, and who? So in some ways, what you're speaking to in terms of democratic control sounds obvious, but I think to industry, many economists, it's still a foreign concept. And we talked a lot about this morning with industrial policy. But putting the idea on the table that we can put democratic control over an industry that is central to society is both an old idea and, again, representative of the shift in conversation that we're seeing in intellectual and policy circles, away from the neoliberal paradigm, a great conversation of how much we've actually shifted that, but towards one that really does see more muscular role for the state. So does that seem right? And do we really have the tools to implement this concept of democratic control in the way you've outlined it here?
I mean, that does sound right to me. I think one thing I would like to emphasize here, at least when I speak about democratic control, I would like to think about it much more broadly and not just about the state and elections every 4 years or something like that. Right? We want to think about, I mean, you can have democratic control in all kinds of contexts, right? In the workplace, in a school, in a neighborhood, in some community of interest, on a national, international level. And so I think we do want to think about how we can create structures where there is effective democratic control on the level where people are being affected by these decisions. And I mean, it might be a little bit utopian, I think, but I think it's still like a valuable normative ideal to think about how we can get there, kind of aligning with presumably what the center here is trying to do. And maybe another thing to emphasize there is also what exactly democracy means in practice can be many different things, right? It doesn't just have to be like electing representatives and then hoping that they are implementing the right things, right? There's all kinds of things that people have proposed or implemented, like sortition, like a randomly representative sample of people from the group of people who are being affected who then deliberate and decide, or there's these ideas of liquid democracy where you can have like some mixture of participation and direct democracy and representation in kind of an ongoing dynamic way. I think there's a lot of possibilities, and it doesn't just have to be about like a strong state, I guess.
Yes, and as a person who sits in an advocate role, a lot of what my day job, among others in this room, is to think about how are you beefing up the role of government as a proxy for democratic control. But I think also what came out a little bit this morning, and I think potentially over the course of the day, is we're also dealing with the reality of corporate capture of some of those means of democratic control. So your analysis does a really important job of outlining this question about who is at the wheel of making these decisions. How do we ensure government is not just an extension of the existing interests and are bringing actually in that variety of agents of change as you described them?
I mean, I think like regulatory capture is absolutely an issue. Many people have talked about this here already. So there's a lot of like shifts in attempts to regulate tech industry, AI more specifically towards self-regulation, which ultimately ends up being pretty toothless. But I think part of what's driving that, at least, is this idea that somehow the expertise is all concentrated in the industry, and the policymakers, regulators don't really have the expertise, and so therefore they're forced to delegate. And I think that doesn't have to be this way. And I think especially AI, I mean, there's a lot of jargon. You have like literally hundreds of new theoretical papers coming out every week, right? But when you boil it down, at the end of the day, it is fairly simple, and it's almost always some optimization of some objective based on some data. And talking about what this objective is, it's not that complicated, right? I mean, I have no idea how exactly the Facebook algorithm works and what kind of neural nets are, with what structure and whatnot are running in the background. But to know that it maximizes ad clicks, that's something we can have a discussion about much more broadly. And I think if we make this work, or do this work of translation in terms of just boiling things down and explaining that ultimately it's not that difficult, and we can have like a broad deliberation and debate about that, I think that can do a lot in terms of countering this regulatory capture by saying it's only the experts in industry who can say anything.
So that's great. And to expand on that a little bit, you also mentioned some of the potential legal frameworks that we could be thinking about differently, which also came up this morning or in moments of absence as well. What are some of the other institutional designs for democratic control you think we should be thinking about? You mentioned a few earlier, but you want to share more?
I said that many different domains we should think about, but one of them might be maybe data ownership, data control. Right, there are frameworks now like the GDPR in the EU and variants of that in many countries. But almost all of these efforts tend to be focused on individual property rights over data, right? Where somehow, I mean, yes, it's shifting control maybe from corporations towards the individuals who are whose data is concerned, but I think that misses a lot of the issues in this domain, because pretty much all of machine learning more generally, it's about patterns across observations. It's about things that hold true across different individuals. It's not about individual data points or individual observations. And so because of that, like any of the consequences that you have of machine learning AI, they're not really going to be at the level of the individuals whose data are collected. So in econ terminology, there are all these data externalities. And because of that, you can't really solve any of the issues of AI harms or AI benefits by individual property rights. And so you need to construct, I think, structures for more collective governance of this data. One proposal that I've heard about, I guess, are these data trusts, where the idea might be something like individuals contribute the data to some collective entity that's not profit-oriented, but that acts on their behalf. And then they have some form of democratic control over that entity that can decide how those data are used and for what. And there are some beneficial uses that we want to use them for, others maybe that we don't want to use them for, either for these externality reasons or for distributional reasons. Yeah, so just one example domain, I guess.
So I'd love to go to the audience for any questions for Max. In the very back.
Max, I'm going to be a little bit provocative, and I apologize for that. I'm a little bit trying to understand who you, and maybe I would put Daron Acemoglu a little bit into this camp as well in his book, see as your audience for this work. The point that you're making, like J.C.R. Licklider has this in the founder of the internet. It's in his like foundational paper on policy. Like people there's huge movements that have like been based on this set of arguments, more or less, like, you know, Audrey Tong and, you know, CIP, like it's all over the place. And this says it maybe in a like slightly more sort of econ-y framed slightly way, like without actually very much economic analysis to an econ audience. And like, that's great. Like, you know, when somebody joins the left, like Bernie Sanders should say, welcome to the party, not like, you know, but like, you think this is going to persuade economists? Or like, what is, because, you know, saying it to this room of people, I'm not sure exactly, but, you know, I think almost everyone has thought this set of thoughts. Like, so the question is like, who are you trying to persuade and how with this set of things? And I would put sort of Jeroen's book a little bit in a similar camp, but.
No claims that anything here is new, right? All of these things have been said in different ways by different people. I'm also not sure that economists are the most relevant agents of change in society. As an economist. So I think, I mean, I guess there's the broader question of how do we obtain social change in a direction that we might consider desirable. I think, and others are probably better positioned to speak to that here, but I mean, it's going to need many different actors potentially. But I mean, I already mentioned, like, I think this type of discourse should be addressed to unions, to consumer advocates, to people in the media, to regulators, and so on. I think I would argue for like a push of broadening the audience, where a lot of, especially the ethics in AI discourse, is focused on just speaking to engineers and asking them to be nice, which I don't think is going to be the answer. I don't know to what extent that answers the
But I
question.
guess, I mean, like, even on that front, like, think about Amber and you know, people like this, like, they've been saying, I think, something more or less isomorphic to what you've been saying to the ethics and AI crowd with a similar intent, you know, quite loudly and prominently, like, for several years, and you help found major conferences that are trying to shift the direction of that whole conversation in that way. So I'm just trying to understand, like, who is it that you're trying to persuade and with what argument that's sort of.
I mean, I guess a broader community of people who try to change things here for the better. I think, I mean, because you mentioned Darren Ashimoglu, right? Like, relative to what he is saying, I think a lot of the discourse, especially in econ, treats AI as kind of a generic technology, just some production function shifter that might shift marginal productivities up or down. I think AI is something more specific, which of course also doesn't necessarily come as a surprise to people here. But thinking about AI's automated decision-making systems really, I think, focuses things, but it broadens it relative to thinking about LLMs, but it also narrows it relative to just thinking of it as something that's kind of exchangeable with a steam engine.
Just a clarification question about, first of all, I'm convinced I like this, but a clarification question about the scope of your project. There's those examples of harms, the contested applications, are where the harm results from a misprediction. There's other kind of AI, as you sort of have them bullet right before, that's generative, or that's concerned with different things other than prediction. Are you considering those in scope by framing them as a prediction question, like representational harms through generation, or are you particularly zooming in on prediction?
I think prediction is a special case of this, right? I mean, just mechanically, when you teach prediction, it's like there's some loss function you're minimizing, you're predicting something, and so then there's always the question, what is it that you're predicting, right? Do you replicate, of course, what's on the internet and whatever the data are that are fed into this? Sometimes, and with all these attempts to building additional guardrails, then these subjective functions get complicated in not necessarily very transparent ways. But they're definitely a part of this framework.
So I'm going to just speak back to the policy debate and how I think this fits. One, you just mentioned algorithmic decision systems. One thing I was thinking of in your presentation is that, we spent the better half of the last decade pushing for not AI, but ADS, automated decision systems, as the object of regulation. And part of it was to kind of bring back attention away from these nebulous technical definitions to what is it that AI is doing and how is it impacting people. But we've also kind of lost a lot of ground, I think, on that front in the last 18 months, mainly because it seems like, and I think there's a valid argument here, that there's something about foundation models that doesn't fit into that paradigm, right? Because in some ways it's less about the prediction and the decision making, like that doesn't kind of fit with what it's doing, but more about the creation of a computational infrastructure on top of which you might have systems of prediction. So I guess one question I have is like, how are you thinking of this work and your using AI and kind of prediction as the thing that it does as part of your definition in light of this change? And the other thing I would say is like, this is maybe a comment, but I do feel like there's something about foundation models, and like one of the features of this new wave of foundation models is that it's further decentralizing data production and intelligence, but further centralizing, who gets to collect it and who gets to kind of profit from it. And I wonder if that too is another conceptual thing to play with in your framework.
I guess there was a lot in there. I was actually curious what exactly you mean by losing ground, or like where you have lost ground.
Well, just that like ADS, everyone's like, oh, that's different. That's a whole other policy paradigm. Now we're talking about AI.
I mean, a little bit where I'm coming from, right? From teaching machine learning, is like on a technical level, like these like language models, transformers, whatnot, they very much fit into this. Like, right, there is a loss function, there is like something that you're optimizing over. So there's nothing conceptually different there relative to these other decision-making systems. Whether that's the most useful frame for these systems to understand their social impact, I think I'm with you to say that, I mean, it's kind of more of a multi-step process where you create these foundation models and different people use them as tools to, where I guess it's not just the prediction function that matters, but also then what queries are being put into the systems and so on. So it becomes a bit more of a hybrid between like the original creator of the model and then who's using the model in terms of what it's doing, and I guess the decision it's making in the sense of decision in this case of producing text, I suppose, or images or other things. I lost my thread. Yeah.
One more quick question.
Yeah, thanks again for a great discussion. My question is actually for both of you, in thinking sort of more practically about how might you imagine actually exercising democratic control over the means of prediction or different kinds of AI systems? Like, what does that practically look like? Whether it's through the state, whether it's through elections, whether it's through other forms of sort of democratic organization, and like how do you imagine trying to get there?
This is one example, right? Like, I mean, workplace co-determination is one thing you could discuss, right? Where workers in a firm, in a workplace, have a say over what kind of technology is being created or used in that workplace, which presumably has impacts for what's being automated or how working conditions change. And I mean, it's again maybe a bit further away in the US, but it's co-determination exists in other countries. And I mean, there's all kinds of history around things like, for instance, Scandinavian participatory design movement of workers, or also like end users in other ways, like co-creating technologies. So that would be one example. I mean, I mentioned the data trust as another one.
I think just to add on that, the terminology is again, how do we build sustained, consistent countervailing power? Because there's no one set of decisions that will fix this question or exert democratic control consistently, but what are the sustained bases of power in government, outside of government, among labor, among civil society, that are capable of pushing back against that? I think we heard some like skepticism or a little bit of a sense that base of power is not as strong as it needs to be right now. But I think from a democratic control perspective, part of it is about that countervailing power and the root of that. And I think we have seen examples of how strategic and targeted campaigns recently have been able to take very much David and Goliath kind of fights within the tech world and do something about it. But again, I think it's going to take a lot more than what we have currently in the works to succeed there. So, and also, I think maybe that's why I want to end on the question I didn't ask Max, but I think we continue to ask the group is part of this is like the question was like, do we actually get people to care about it? Does that matter? But there's something about the question of the public imagination of like, how are we actually inspiring people behind an alternative vision for what this technology can look like versus just saying no to its current formations and or accepting the way that it is being rolled out to largely exert further control, particularly over workers, I think is a place where there's also a lot of potential to build different kinds of countervailing power as well in these conversations. All right, thank you.
Perfect. Okay, next we have a 15-minute break. And then when we come back, we will be doing a series of afternoon panels on basically the past, present, and future of technological innovation and building in the public interest. So thank you all.
Okay, so do you guys want to do yourself or do you want me to introduce you? I could do like, I could talk to okay, I'll do it. I feel unprepared. I'll just say I'm gonna I know it's new. I haven't been, I'm like, literally, I finished my dissertation less than
Hi, everyone. Okay, we are going to get started again. And this panel is alternative models of technological innovation in history. And I'm going to pass it over to Susanna to get us started.
Hi, hi, I'm Susanna Glickman. I'm an assistant professor at Stony Brook. I work on the intersection of like political economy, histories of computing, and US and the world, especially focusing on the transformation of US state from the Cold War to the post-Cold War. And I'll quickly introduce our our panelists. So Mark Edenoff works between policy and academic worlds, recently serving in the OSTP under President Biden, and specifically worked on the AI Bill of Rights. He's currently an incoming assistant professor of history of science at Harvard University, and his scholarly work focuses on the intersection of histories of computing, governance, and neoliberalism. He connects the three to offer an important account of how the neoliberal era did not in fact shrink the state, but rather transformed the welfare state into the carceral welfare state. Andrew Russell is currently serving as provost at SUNY Polytechnic, as well as being a professor of history, focusing on technology, computing, and infrastructures at the same institution. His two books share a common theme, a focus on the infrastructures that undergird our technological systems and their history. His first book, The Innovation Delusion, challenges present-day obsessions with innovation in favor of maintenance, care, and repair. His most recent book, Circuits, Packets, and Protocols, discusses the early history of digital communications networks and how these emerged from older Cold War and newer venture capital projects. Okay, so I'm going to get us started off. I'm very excited to be convening the historian panel, but I'm going to start off with like a broad question. As you see it, what features or moments of the political economic history of tech are most important for understanding our present moment and particularly the interests of the folks we have here?
So, big question. Fortunately, a lot of this has come up today. The one that stands out to me that I would, if I had to pick just one, would be this issue of concentration of resources, particularly in a small number of corporations, so tending towards oligopoly, but without a really clear sense of where that industry structure is going to shake out. We've heard, different discussions about that. When in one of the earlier panels, I thought, well, maybe this is time to advocate for going all in on a regulated monopoly model like Bell Labs of the days of mid-20th century. But yeah, certainly industry structure stands out for me.
To me, it's good old-fashioned politics. I wanted to come back to a conversation from earlier about sort of who's the constituent for this, and think about the ways that industrial policy has tied to larger political movements and to these even constitutional moments of resetting what's expected of the nation state or some other polity. So I think it's a danger to try and separate out AI policy from other policy areas. I also think sort of in the policymaker side, it's impossible because some other camp wants it, whether it's the national security camp or the economic policy or the mental health policy, people want that. And so figuring out how this fits both locally within those policy silos, but then within those larger political visions. So I think sort of the Biden administration approach to this was to make sure AI policy was tied to civil rights policy. That was a key insight for us for making the AI Bill of Rights. What was the election about? What is the mandate that the president has? And how do we take AI policy and put it in that context? So to take the president saying repeatedly, you have a fundamental right to privacy, something said in the context of a Dobbs decision, something said in a bunch of other contexts, but also as a key avenue of AI policy. So I think it's the politics and not being dismissive of the fact that there was an election and there was a national mandate for certain things. And so tying AI policy to that vision.
So my next question has to do with distributions of public and private power and responsibility. But I want to ask you, thinking historically, how have arrangements and distributions of public-private risk, profits, infrastructures, and relationships changed over time, and how has this affected the present-day landscape?
So the thing that I keep coming back to, especially in our discussion about perhaps what's missing from AI right now, is the importance of private ordering. And so my interest for many years has been standards and the creation of industrial standards, which usually happens after the fact. This changed with information technology in the 1970s and 1980s, where anticipatory standards became a thing, especially with interoperability between computer systems. So, we can come back to whether that's an effective mechanism for these questions about AI, but with the growth of private ordering mechanisms, you get not only standards, but you get professional organizations with codes of ethics, interest groups. So to answer the lobbying question, that's where a lot of that would come from, is that, self-organizing, in a sense, aspect of professionals aligned with capital, and also with different aspects of public partnerships and international partnerships as well. So you could pick an industry, and I've been thinking a lot during the day about what's the right analogy technologically and from an industry standpoint for where we are now. Don't really have a good answer for that, but you could pick one and see those moments of professionals organizing in ways that advance their interests, as well as the interests of their employers. That almost always happens.
Yeah, to me, building off of what Andy just said and his work, it's the boring companies matter too, and it's these standards that get set not just by the leaders in the field, but some of these spaces where there are a lot of players who sort of slip below the radar. And so, on this point, in automated decision systems, these aren't just like OpenAI is this thing that needs to be regulated. It's Maximus, the company that decides what the size of your welfare benefits package looks like, that's going to do that automated sorting, and has been doing that for some time, Lockheed before it, IBM before that. Those kind of companies aren't going to get the same airtime and aren't the subject of conversations about democratizing Maximus or democratizing IBM Consulting, but those are the companies that I think are very much at the heart of these issues of power distribution, and they're the ones where the government has a clear avenue through procurement, through the organizing and through that private ordering that Andy talked about.
So they actually, just to jump in on that point, the actors in the private standards community have over the past century used the language of democracy. So one of the founding secretaries of what is today ANSI, American National Standards Institute, he called standards committees industrial legislatures, but organized on a industrial or sector basis as opposed to a geographical basis. And they used principles of representation to form those committees. So committees that make standards for like the reliability of glass or the interchangeability of parts, all sorts of mundane things. By the ground rules of ANSI, those committees need to have a commensurate number of producers and consumers, as well as space for general interest, which could be NGOs, nonprofits, government agencies participate in that sense. So especially on this last panel, the question of what does democratic control mean? It's not necessarily direct democratic control in the way that the FCC tried to do with comments for net neutrality. It didn't go that great, I think, from an administrative standpoint, but there's other mechanisms.
Yeah, I actually want to push you a little bit further on this point to talk about maybe a zoom out a little bit. So, for example, economist Daniela Gabor describes the current state as the de-risking state. And, sort of my work moves in this direction, but as sort of posits that the U.S. state as it functions now in technology development is an outcome of 1970s fears of American decline and competitiveness, the fierce competition with Japan in the 1980s, and protecting sort of industrial policy from the anti-statist push among the right in the 1980s and 90s. So yeah, the state quietly provides planning, funding, infrastructures, and political support for high-tech industries while distributing the profits and power over how these technologies are imagined and deployed to the private sector. Is this like a part of your thinking on this subject, and how are there other models than this kind of de-risking state, or do you think that's an accurate portrayal of?
Yeah, I mean, I love Daniela Gavor's work, and we've fought on this very point. I think a de-risking state is actually much more reasonable in the political environment we have, not to the excesses that she has documented better than anyone. But I think what it takes to imagine, I think of the question of what's the money tree that the American public needs to imagine in order to imagine a functional state. And it's really hard for generations that have been trained to think in terms of austerity, and where the idea of raising taxes or raising meaningful revenue is off the table. So what's the way to get there? I think some levels of de-risking are something I'm pretty comfortable with in my personal politics, but also seeing that what are the levels of private profit that the polity, I think, has been comfortable with historically to achieve certain goals, is both, I think, important for people to be able to imagine what a functional state that's doing good is, and to actually go through and do that. But some of the excesses of that system are really striking and disturbing. But I want to live in a world where there are some profits being made from the Inflation Reduction Act, and we say, oh, that was a little more wasteful than it needs to be. And I think switching out of an austerity mindset so means that not only are poor folks going to get a little extra, but like rich folks are going to get a little extra and a lot extra, and there's a certain tolerance for moving out of the mindset of trying to nickel and dime policy that I think is really, I find structurally very difficult for me, even as a historian, because we've just spent so many decades in that mindset.
Yeah, the abundance mindset, I think, is where we are at the moment. My campus and our geography is more in the smack dab in semiconductor alley there in Route 90 in central New York. So these are big sums of money that people are throwing around. And, I've been reminded of a line, I forget who said it during World War II, but it was from one of these congressional investigations. And because if you want industry to go to war, it has to make money on it. So it's, Mark put that in terms of what he wants. What I want, I probably agree with you, but I think that's just what is.
So you've addressed profits, but how about like deployment of technology? Who should control what this technology looks like? And if the government's putting all this money in, you have your answer on profits. But what about who gets to use this technology and for what? And I'm thinking of examples like Starlink, right, where a lot of the R&D is probably funded by the U.S., but the deployment of it is left up to a particular billionaire who maybe has different foreign policy objectives than the U.S. state.
I think so. What gets asked for in return is something really exciting, and so this gets critiqued a lot as sort of everything bagel liberalism, right? I can't believe you're asking for childcare in addition to that comes with this free money to build a giant semiconductor fab. Like there aren't even enough, childcare providers here. How dare the Biden administration do this? I think that's exactly how the government should be functioning, is to lay out a vision of where we should be. Not that these semiconductor fabs aren't getting built. Am I more, do I think about that more just in my historical examples through the production side than the deployment side? Yeah, I think it's really hard. And, I'd be curious for your thoughts on how to think about once there's like a product that's made, what it means to release it out into the world.
I'm curious about your thoughts too.
Oh my, I think like, the Cold War model is really the only modern model we have. And I think, part of, or there could be an imagination, right, where the US, spends a certain amount of money, maybe even on like drug development, right, and gets access to IP, or can, can actually, if we spend so much developing GPS systems or whatever, for Starlink, like maybe we can have a say, since these are, and I don't know the mechanism for that, but it could be written into the agreement when you use US R&D or government funded R&D, or when I think there are a lot of different mechanisms, but.
So almost like Martian rights that extend beyond biopharmaceuticals?
Yeah, so I think you could, potentially. I haven't thought a lot about this, but it strikes me as an important issue going forward, especially if, we do invest so much in all of the infrastructure for all of these different technologies and receive, so little in return. That's my own, yeah.
So the should question, this comes up when we teach quite a bit. So I used to teach a course called Computers in Society that checked the ethics box for our computer science majors. And it hasn't fixed the problem, turns out. But it's interesting to talk to undergraduates about how do you think we can constrain or redirect power in the ways that you're describing. And we've got a bunch of bad answers, I think. So taking an ethics course for every computer science major, there's so many holes in that one, including the Zuckerberg hole, right? The Harvard dropout hole. There's models in Europe under the heading of responsible research and innovation in a political economy where government funding is so decisive, or more decisive than ours for some of those technologies, that could be more viable. But when I presented it to my undergraduates, they just said, how would this work? Because capital in this environment doesn't have those kinds of strings attached. So I think we could go through a bunch of ways that that would raise my skepticism and just leave me with questions about should. It's kind of the historian's luxury too. We're not necessarily for should questions today.
Absolutely. And so another thing that I'm curious about, and this is, maybe related to the previous questions I've asked, is, thinking again historically, what is your perspective on how prevailing myths, narratives, and ideologies impact tech development and infrastructures? And so I also want to think about maintenance in that. But yeah, like what major overweening narratives do you guys encounter, and how do you think about them historically?
So one that bears repeating the most for me is the title of an essay from my dissertation advisor called "The Biggest Angel of All," which is about the role of the Department of Defense in the formation of Silicon Valley. So I think when we're talking about sources of capital, that's, and we had that discussion earlier about the national security state and its role. It can't be overstated, at least in earlier generations of technological development. My obsession with maintenance and care and repair came from this sense of being fed up with not only in technology history, but also policy. There's a disproportionate focus on the early phases of development, invention, and innovation, and then the assumption that it takes off and the greater good is fulfilled without much attention to how do these systems, how are they sustained? How do they grow? How do they decay gracefully over time with a minimal amount of impact on users and workers, everybody involved? So I think the big myth that I would name, other than just the reminder about the facts of the Department of Defense, is that once we get the invention and innovation phase right, we're in the clear, and technology policy really needs to be more broad.
Mine goes back to, again, sort of one of the first things you teach in a history of computing class is sort of this notion of a general purpose technology. And I think there's general purpose policy is just not, it's not how policymakers think, it doesn't make sense, and it's not how the polity thinks. And so I think anything that brings tech policy down to sectors where their constituents and where their institutions is so much more helpful, that I think raising things up to questions of privacy or democracy actually strips it of the democratic institutions that are quite robust. And that sort of general purposeness, which is a technical property, has created this myth that the answer is general purpose democracy or a general purpose regulator, or, I mean, it's not easy or the calls to sort of, we need a new regulatory agency for this novel kind of thing, to me, is never satisfying, because as I think Janet said, I forget actually whether it was Janet or something, we have the laws on the books and we have tools, and so to abstract away from what people are saying and how they're experiencing these things is really unhelpful operationally, not just conceptually.
I'm going to jump in and answer my own question. I work on semiconductors, and so I think a lot about Moore's law and the infrastructure that makes it possible. And so I've thought about this a lot, and I do think like a lot of what you've said is very true. Narratives and ideologies shape tech development fundamentally, and in particular, Moore's law is only really possible because of the attendant infrastructure, and specifically, right, the semiconductor roadmap and all of the coordination around that. And with this narrative of linear technological process, which can sort of like vulgarly be described as like this ideology that the line just keeps going up, which used to be sort of applied to society writ large, is now more focused around technology, is very powerful. Like I interviewed some Intel executives from like the late 1990s who talk about this fight that they had to constantly fight around. There would be people who would just look at a graph of Moore's law and put like a little extra dot here and be like, okay, this is my forecast, this is just going to happen, it's a natural law of development. And they would go crazy being like, actually, you need investment, you need planning, the whole industry has to be coordinated around these really difficult engineering problems. And I don't think line go up ideology has really gone away. And it sounds silly, right? But I think it's sort of fundamental. What is at stake in these trajectories of technological progress is not just sort of traditional national security concerns like, the military is built around the offset strategy, but also a civilian political economy that relies on access to ever improving cheap electronics to paper over, I think, Daniel Allen mentioned this at the beginning, right? Striking increases in other metrics of inequality, and symbolic, right? This narrative provides evidence for the success of the U.S. model in the face of, what many experiences like crumbling infrastructure and otherwise stagnating standards of living, and now the looming effects of climate change. And so I think, sort of this hidden industrial policy that provides the infrastructure for that keeps having to like face these sort of crises, right? Crises, and is tied closely to the myth of like, the American entrepreneur as like separate from the state. And I'm not sure, I guess I wonder whether whether this is the model that we want, whether this sort of narrative about, our society and what the US model has to offer is something that's sustainable, especially now that it's seemingly more vocal bipartisan support for industrial policy. Like, could we move to something different? But yeah, that's my thought.
The biggest applause line. So I went to the Biden announcement for Micron in Syracuse, and the biggest applause lines, there were two. One was the emphasis on unions being involved at every step of the construction operation of the fab. The other was that these jobs will be available and you don't need to go to college. And that got a lot of applause, and that was a little disheartening for me, but there does seem to be a level of bipartisanship on both counts.
So yeah, thinking in that direction, now that there is sort of more of this bipartisan interest in funding, explicitly manufacturing policy, I'm going to ask one last question. So much of the rhetoric, and we've heard it today, around recent industrial policy bills like IRA and CHIPS, focuses on an anticipated, or some in this room might say a presently felt new Cold War with China. And historically, foreign threats like Japan in the 1980s have justified investments in tech and tech infrastructures. And I'm sort of curious about pushing, you guys on how can we get bipartisan assent for tech industrial policy or maybe other state functions that we're interested in or excited about without this new Cold War posturing. Maybe we don't want to go to war with China. And thinking especially about what historical models of different coalitional arrangements exist.
I think the first order question is it going to work? I think the biggest question with the CHIPS Act is, are we going to, in 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, look back and say that was a great idea, or that was a corporate boondoggle and we didn't even get that many semiconductors? And I don't mean to be that simplistic about that, but whether the politics, whether there's union growth and union support, whether there's childcare, whether there's all the pieces of whether something is, again, sorry to be the political, but whether it's a success, whether history looks back and says that was a good thing, will determine whether it's a model for other spaces or whether you're going back to these sort of Cold War sources of competition that are more nebulous. Is industrial policy an acceptable tool? And I think, one of the things that's funny in DC right now is this generation that's still uncomfortable with the words industrial policy, or, well, we're not picking winners and losers. And then I say, well, what happened during COVID when we just kind of picked who was going to make the vaccines? And but there's sort of this generational differences in how we're going to even think about, is this acceptable? And I don't think that just how many semiconductors, if the US hits 20%, then we'll do this for more robustly in a climate space where you can easily make a case for additional robust industrial policy. But it might not work. It may be that if Intel just does stock buybacks and there aren't, and the semiconductors made in the United States aren't very good, it's going to be really hard to make the argument for, okay, we need to supercharge, we need carbon cap, whatever the technological piece is in the same way.
I want to double down on Mark's pragmatism and, is it going to work for whatever the fill in the blank is? And I think one of the things I've learned today is we're not quite sure what that fill in the blank is when it comes to AI. But I think with some knowledge of that, then the institutional forms and arrangements, formed by policy always become more clear. And this is why I think the Bell Labs example is actually more interesting to think with, because they were able to sustain that monopoly for so long because at some level of definition, it worked. It provided quality, reliable telephone service better than any other system in the world for an extended period of time, while also being structured in a way that supported R&D and these other things that we associate with the Bell system and Bell Labs. So yeah, is it going to work? It comes down to that.
Okay, so I want to open things up to audience questions for the last 15 minutes. So yeah, welcome your questions. In the back.
I want to take advantage in particular of some things that you've written before about Andy and asking you about the current moment in AI generally, the tech industry in the past 10 years more generally. And I have in mind the stuff you've written about the role of standards and standard setting.
Mm-hmm.
So I personally tend to use the language of AI governance as something I'm interested in rather than AI ethics or AI policy, because I think AI governance is a big enough umbrella to encompass both policy, law, and regulation that comes from government, as well as standards and tooling and norms that come from with respect to the relevant profession. And the suspicion I have, I don't know, the accusation I have about computer science and AI/ML is that it's a very young field. And as a consequence, it's developmentally immature when it comes to standard setting and tooling. Can you think of relevant historical comparisons in which we've recognized the professional immaturity of a highly consequential frontier science or technology and found ways to accelerate or rapidly mature the profession?
So I love that question. The first part, yes. The second part about rapidly maturing, I'm not so sure. Until the last couple of weeks, I had always thought that open source software was the best example of an immature technology movement, you name it. So with some interesting things happening in terms of organizational forms, some impactful code and practices, but then no real notion of really important things like liability, other kind of fundamentals of what it is like to have a mature technology, a mature governance model that encompasses public and private. I'm not sure if there's a way to accelerate that other than time and School of Hard Knocks. I mean, I suppose there are levers you could push, but exposing executives to training or infusing different companies with legacy experience, but none of that feels real satisfactory to me, and I don't think it would be acceptable to the firms. So yeah, AI is even less mature than that, which is, to my mind, pretty impressive.
I have a question for you, Suzanne, and maybe others as well, just taking off from Julius made that persuasive argument in the morning that, like, despite all of this, or you're arguing that there's been hidden industrial policy, but what he was pointing out was the fact that you have these Silicon Valley giants that aren't acting in ways that are aligned with state interest, not nearly enough as they should be or could be. So I'm just, like, I know your argument is mostly in the context of semiconductors, but more generally, like, I think, how does hidden industrial policy square with this, if we take Julius's word for it, this reality?
Yeah, I mean, so I guess my work is a little bit siloed. I mean, I write about quantum technologies also, where there has, been significant state support. Yeah, I mean, I think, let's see. I think the state provides a lot of support and guidance and planning for these industries, and especially how there was this crisis in the US semiconductor industry in the 80s, and it was solved by like 93. And part of how that happened was there was really a collaborative, the antitrust laws were relaxed, and there was this very collaborative and hands-on meshing of like the entire industry plus all of the government sort of pieces coming together and working to solve that issue, because it's viewed as a fundamental national security issue. And sort of that collaboration laid the basis for a lot of what came after. And when the Clinton era came around, a lot of those mechanisms were buried. I think with new bipartisan support for this kind of that Julius was sort of pointing to, you could have those kinds of collaborations reemerge, and have government have more of a role, not just in funding and infrastructures, right, for these technologies, but in guiding how they're actually deployed and how stakeholders are integrated into the planning and coordination process. If we're serious about, it depends on what sectors and what technologies you really care about and think matter. And semiconductors are sort of inarguably important for AI also, right? Like a lot of every push in AI has secretly funded a ton of semiconductor research. It's same with nanotechnology. I mean, I think that's been happening at a very basic level constantly. And like, as these fads, maybe AI is not a fad, but as they sort of come in and out, that's something that stayed constant. So yeah, I mean, it is difficult. There was this shift in the 1970s, late 1970s, or yeah, mid to late 1970s, where there used to be like explicit defense contractors and then tech companies, and then the stigma of the Vietnam War convinced a lot of defense workers to rebrand as and there was also a huge employment crisis, right? They actually wound down the Vietnam War, which they didn't Korea or any of these other wars. So they ended up in these venture capital firms, startups, and eventually in bigger companies like Google, which are effectively defense contractors. They just sort of have the other functions. And so that mask, and maybe it's a good thing to go mask off and just be like, these are defense contractors. They owe, they have a certain relationship with the state and they owe the state certain things. And maybe that makes it easier to do the politics of it, or to think even from the left, like, what are these companies and how should we be regulating and thinking about them? Oh, who had a question?
I thought there was a hand.
No, there's many other people, don't worry.
Okay, do you want to go?
Sure. I'm Allison Stanger, co-director of GETTING-Plurality and a professor at Middlebury College. I had a question for you in the age of Oppenheimer, right? Have you thought at all about how we would put in place mechanisms to protect scientists who ex post lament the unintended consequences of some of their creations? How do we keep them from being labeled as treasonous or traitors to the national cause? It's really a national security versus conscience kind of question that I think has historical roots, but is not far-fetched for today.
Go ahead, because I've got a very cynical view of.
No. Go ahead.
I mean, I think this is the fantasy for many tech people right now, is to make something so exciting that they can then atone for it. This fantasy that Oppenheimer sells of there's nothing that would be better than making a bomb, so then I could then donate my fortune and atone and wear a hair shirt. And I think that fantasy needs to the number of people who see themselves as Oppenheimer figures, that should be stigmatized from the beginning. There shouldn't be an out at the beginning that it would be great to be able to atone.
Yeah, don't do defense work. I think yeah, after the fact.
Is that possible?
And it's not to say that the Manhattan Project shouldn't have happened, but it's this cycle that I think Oppenheimer is cited so many times in people's self-image. So this isn't the historian side of what Oppenheimer did. It's the way the narrative of Oppenheimer is used to justify one can be a hero afterwards. And this sort of cycle is very possible of genius who's misunderstood at the end.
But this notion that researchers are naive going into things, I'm not persuaded. I think in what I've seen recently about making teams and forming projects and finding out who's funding it and why they're funding it. I'm not saying it's always transparent, but I think these folks go into projects knowing that there's some possibility that the work that they're doing could be used for other purposes.
Interesting. Yeah, thank you. So Alex Pascal, Harvard Ash Center. So my question is around historical examples of slowing down rather than accelerating. And I'm curious, there's a lot of talk about we need to accelerate development, we need to accelerate deployment, we need to ensure that the law and policy catches up with technology. And I'm curious if you all can think of historical examples where, for whatever reason, a collection of actors decided it's actually, we need to take a beat. We need to slow it down. How do we slow it down so that either society or others, a set of stakeholders can get used to the technology or figure out to Rebecca's question earlier, figure out what this thing even is and what it means. So I'm just curious if there are historical examples that you think of in this regard, whether it's if they're American or not American.
I don't
always get a little confused by this sort of slowing it down framework, which is not, but it comes up a lot. And so I want to think of sort of why we have this fantasy right now of the moratorium, of the slowing down, because it's such a hard thing to do. And I think the first thing is that to say like the it there is a very confusing like central thing, whether it becomes like, oh, it's the foundation models or the quote unquote frontier models are the things that need to be slowed down. That there's the deployment question of what are the guardrails on deployment. And there are lots of sort of examples of just consumer protection side of what does it take to put something out to the general public. And so I don't see that as slowing down the development. I see that as slowing down the deployment. On the development side, I'm still worried about that last mile more than the model itself. And this is my bias of what's the skin, what's the app, what's the reinforcement learning that we've done that's going to make the difference in the application. And then in terms of what the company culture and the institutional pressures to slow down, I find this very, to take a step back, very weird. I grew up and I was told computer scientists were so impressive because they saved compute. They were very parsimonious, and that was part of what made computer science beautiful. And now, like, the thing that makes you impressive is how much energy it took for you to build your model. And so I find there's this something weird about not time, but sort of the way in which a non-parsimonious, a non-elegant model that's just brute force of, yeah, like if you hook it up to a nuclear power plant, it has really good predictions. I think that is a cultural shift within what's valued in the field that I don't think that's like, oh, we or the government should like step in and say that's not acceptable. But I do find it very strange that there's no cap that used to be one of the defining features of the field, was doing these clever ways to do it as quickly and neatly as possible.
I agree there's something specific about computer science here. And I've come to think of it as that the costs of failure are so low with software that an ethos of move fast and break things is thinkable. Where if you look at traditional industries, so, as I'm clicking through the examples that one might think of in response to your question, the costs of failure are much higher in, pharmaceuticals, aerospace, military, any kind of medical implants. And so it's something about code and the ability to just put it out and patch it or when it's crappy, and the costs of failure just aren't that great. And so when I've been thinking about AI, at least recently, I think it's better to think of it just as software. And if you leave all the kind of mystical things aside, frontier, whatever it might be, AGI, and just think of it as software, then I can wrap my head around it a little bit easier and see those incentives, very powerful incentives that I can't really think of a way to stop, both scientific and financial incentives to go charging into the future with less of a sense of cost or responsibility than you'd see in almost any other technology I can think of.
It occurs to me that housing and high-speed rail or anything having to do with zoning is slowed down. Even some would say too much, right? And so there is something to what you're saying about the physicality versus not physicality. That's playing a role here. And there are like all sorts of regulations around where and how you can build things, and even like physical infrastructure, and they just don't exist. There's no zoning for cyberspace, I guess, or any kind,
It's immature.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's the word I keep coming back.
Tiny footnote on that, but that's also a property rights thing, right? It's the fact that the data isn't structured in property rights regime, what land is. So anyway.
Okay, I think we're out of time, but I wish we could take your questions. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Just feel free to leave your mics on the seat.
Thank you.
Okay, great. We have one more panel, AI in the public interest, federal and state perspectives, before we head off to a break. So we will get everyone situated here.
Oh, sure. Visual lesson. This is like two questions why
I'll let you do it. I don't know. There we go. Why don't you sit over here? Yeah. And they should be on.
Yeah, it's picture lesson. It's like what?
Amazing. Okay, we'll get started, and I am going to go ahead and pass it over to Alex.
Okay, am I audible? Yes. All right. Really excited. Thank you for a great day so far. Really excited about this panel and this illustrious group we have here to talk about AI in the public interest from different perspectives from the federal government and the state, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. So I'm just going to kind of go down the list, the line real quick for some quick introductions. Jason Snyder is the Secretary of the Executive Office of Technology Services and Security, previously the Chief Technology Officer at Harvard here, and the CTO of the state of Massachusetts during Governor Patrick's administration. Yvonne Howe is the Secretary of the Executive Office of Economic Development. She's had more than 25 years of executive business experience and is a senior leader in numerous capacities at various firms. You guys both be here. They are also the co-leaders of the Massachusetts Task Force on Artificial Intelligence.
Along with Santi.
Along with Santi, excuse me, from the city of Boston. And Ami Fields-Meyer is recently served as Senior Policy Advisor to the Vice President of the United States, focused on AI and technology policy. Before that, served as a top advisor to Alondra Nelson, who's the Acting Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy and a collaborator of mine in the Biden administration. I'm Alex Pascal. I'm here at the Ash Center and most recently worked in the Biden administration on domestic policy. So I'm going to jump into it. There was a lot of talk this morning and into the afternoon around sort of visions of the public interest and what is that when it comes to AI. And so I wanted to put the first question out to you and just ask, so how do each of you conceive of the public interest? What does that even mean when we're talking about AI and AI development? And why, if I could maybe just start with Ami sort of at the end and work back this way.
Sure. First of all, it's great to be here. This has been an amazing day, and most of what I thought I would say has been said, which is encouraging from my perspective. But I'm really grateful to be here. When I think about the public interest in the context of AI and AI policy, I think a narrower and perhaps more practicable way to conceive of the public interest than everything that matters to everyone is how this technology bears on the lives of the most vulnerable person we know, the most vulnerable person in society, a person who might be housing insecure, a person who's between jobs, a person who relies on public benefits, someone who's interacting with the carceral system in some way. I think about this often through the context of my brother Ezra, who's an adult, a young adult with autism who relies on public benefits, who lives with my parents, who's unlikely to have traditional employment anytime soon. And so when I think about these things and when I think about the public interest, I think about what will this mean for him and what does this mean for Ezra? And I'll say sort of briefly, in the context of the Biden administration, the Biden-Harris administration, I think that was really the basis and the starting point. Mark Adenoff talked a second ago about beginning sort of with a civil rights frame. And we can get into this. I don't have to do it right now, but the AI Bill of Rights, the sort of an initial sort of constitutional foundational document back in 2022, before the first LLMs hit the consumer market, laid down a marker and said, these are the 5 things. We don't have to go through all of them, but these are the 5 things in the context of rights, in the context of vulnerability and protecting people that we must answer before our technology hits the market. And much of the Biden-Harris administration's policy and the arc, which we can discuss on AI policy, begins conceptually and philosophically from answers to that very question, and we can get a little bit more into that.
Yes, well, I would just want to echo the appreciation. Thank you so much for having us, and Danielle for organizing this. And my only regret of the day is not being able to be here for the whole day. So I'm hopefully going to get notes and watch some of the panels and learn from you all. So in my role in economic development for Governor Healy, I think about AI and the public interest in a couple of ways. One is I love this framing that you have. Ultimately, technology is very cool. We can all marvel at all the cool, algorithms and models and all these things. At the end of the day, it's about how does it impact people? How does it impact our daily lives? How does it impact how we live, how we work, how we, kind of interact with the world? And so that is fundamentally how we think about it here in Massachusetts. I think our state has a history. We're not doing, kind of cute things to make a quick buck or to, do betting or entertainment. We in Massachusetts have a history in our economy of trying to solve really hard, big problems that make a difference in the world. And so the governor's task force and in partnership with the mayor and everyone else around our state is really figuring out how can we leverage AI for good? We know it has transformative, massive potential. How can we use it to make Ezra's life and everyone's life better? How can we use it to solve, big problems around curing disease, around fighting climate change, around making the world safer, around better healthcare, around better education, around all of the problems that we have in the world? So that's really how we're thinking about it. And from an economic development perspective, I think there's a risk and an opportunity. The risk is that I think if our economy in Massachusetts doesn't kind of leverage AI in smart, good, and effective ways, we will get left behind. I think someone is going to use this technology and they will be better off for it. I think the opportunity is we hope that we can do this in a way that's smart and ethical and really effective, and in the process create awesome jobs and awesome companies here in Massachusetts. We are also thinking about how to use AI for government, which maybe Secretary Snyder will talk about, but that is more his area. So,
Secretary Snyder.
So I guess with that lead in, first, thank you again. Same thing there. Thank you, everybody. Nice seeing everybody again. Good to see you again. But I think for me, the key aspect when I look at AI is balancing the opportunities and some of the risks we talked about earlier. And the reality of the situation is the vast majority of people, they access services online. They access government services first online. Numbers are as high as 90% of people, they access their services online. And so, and about half of them are unhappy with their experience. And so I think when we look about what we can do with AI, we think about how can we help improve the delivery of services for people? And I think it really does start with that. So what we've done in Massachusetts, first we've implemented a chatbot for all of our static web pages. It's able to translate languages to natural language and over 20 different languages today. 20 different languages. I had a conversation yesterday with their labor and workforce. They're rolling out an application, and the decision, and they're out of money. They have to go live with it. That's where it is. And the decision was, did they roll it out without translation services because they don't have the money to program them? And we suggested we'll want to use AI to provide those translation services. That's the real impact of AI to people in Massachusetts. We're able to meet people where they are, speaking to them in a language that they can understand and comprehend. And when you look at the web pages and the policy that exist, it's very complex and hard to understand. And so the ability to translate that is really important. Another example that I'm aware of is the city of DC. What they've done is, in state government and all governments, you have reams and reams and reams of data. So much data. It's so complex. No one has any time to go through it. We can't understand it. We have open data initiatives where we just sort of post it publicly, but even that it just sits, no one can really figure it out, except for researchers who have the opportunity to dive into it in great detail. But what DC has done is they've used AI to publicly provide like a front end to that open data. And what that has done is simplified things. And so you see an example where people are asking with, what are the potholes that I might hit on my way to work? And it can come back, and here they are, here are the reports, and it's able to correlate different data elements from that question. That's a vast public benefit from my perspective. And then I think the final thing, we talked a bit this morning about the capital cost associated with AI. I think when you think about AI and you think about, who can afford to develop AI models, who can afford to work with AI, it's a very small set. Harvard University is one of them, but it's a very small set. There are higher ed institutions that don't have that ability. There are research facilities that don't have that ability yet. So we can think about offering research facilities publicly, and the state of New York has recently announced something, $400 million initiative to do just that. And I think that's something that we can lean into more in Massachusetts as well. There's opportunities there for the true, we talked about the democratization of access to, say, GPUs. That is something that is happening right there through AI usage.
Thank you very much for that. Three coalescent visions, but with different dimensions, sort of government use, industry use, and sort of more of a civil rights angle. So I want to kind of actually dig into each of those a little bit and get even more practical in terms of, mindful that many of these systems and products and services are being developed in the private sector, but not exclusively in the private sector. But how do you think about the use of different kinds of policy tools, both guardrails and incentives, to sort of direct the development of these systems and sort of the kinds of products and services they become toward the public interest? How do you think about driving AI R&D towards the public interest as you've conceptualized it? And both to sort of project it sort of towards public goods, but also counter development of systems that would be sort of against the public interest as you've articulated. Yeah, please.
So in Massachusetts, we've really focused on innovation. We've done two things, I think, to help with this. The first is we partnered with Northeastern University and Santi as well to develop use cases that were not going to be done through AI development. And so we've created a private sandbox. We allow the students to have direct access to that sandbox, and they're developing against these use cases. An example would be grants management, where we can take the ability of delivering grants, identifying grants, and applying for grants through AI, make that much more easier and simpler. Another example is engineering. If you think about our transportation engineers and the highways that they develop, they have to go through lots and lots of policy for any kind of road that they're designing. It's very complex, very hard to figure out, what policy applies where. What's been developed by the students at Northeastern is they've actually created AI to take that and simplify it so they can identify what policy applies to the situation that they're dealing with. It's two examples of others that's really significant. Another thing we've done is using the sandbox. We've offered an innovation contest across the different agencies of state government, where we're asking them to identify additional use cases, things that, again, that would not have been done, that they can develop AI to assist with. And we now have many different agency projects working in AI towards the effort, like say June, July, to come up with new use cases that otherwise would not have been considered.
I am still very much learning. This is not my area of expertise. And also it feels like we're in very early days. So we're all kind of in the dark trying to feel our way. So I'd be curious to get all your thoughts. But when I think about it, I think about a couple of things. One is that it feels like it's 1995 in the internet. None of you were alive, maybe a few of you. But like I remember when the internet happened in 1995, and we're all like, oh, there's this cool new thing. I don't think any of us could have envisioned how it would have played out. And there are definitely some learnings that we have, right? We know it's an incredibly powerful tool. It has transformed everything about life and how we live and how we work, for good and also for bad. So like I think about like knowing, if we think it might be 1995 for the internet, but now it's 2024 for AI, what have we learned? And are there things that we could do better this time? And so I tend to think, and I could be totally wrong, that both extremes are not right. So one extreme is which would happen, I think, in the internet, which is like, let the market go. So like, we had no idea what it was. Everyone just does everything. And the market just went. And I think there's just market failure, because, and not because maybe there are some business people who are truly malicious and evil, but in general, business people are not malicious and evil. They're just trying to maximize shareholder value and profit. And when you have market failure in public goods, sometimes, you know, in maximizing what they should be doing, it doesn't end up being great for society. So I think that probably is not the right model of just like, let it rip, like let the free market like kind of go. The other extreme of like, let's try to regulate the hell out of it and like protect and like, you know, silo it and like, you know, defend also probably isn't good, because if our country or our state does that, other countries and other states probably are going to innovate a lot more, and there's going to be a lot more incentives and a lot more creativity and a lot more entrepreneurialism and curiosity, and I don't think we want to stifle innovation. So I think that extreme is also not good. So I think it's probably something in the middle. And I think when I think about AI, and as we think about our task force, and again, we're in the middle, we're only 2 months in, and I am definitely not an expert. It feels like the best way to think about this is a couple things. One is, it's hard to talk about AI in general. First of all, AI has lots of different parts to it. Second of all, in Massachusetts, again, we're thinking about AI for good. So that means AI applied to a problem. And using AI for healthcare and diagnosing and curing disease better, or getting patients to do the right things, is really different than AI for climate tech and trying to predict, like, you know, where the next flood or whatever. These are just very different use cases. And so part of it is, I think, trying to figure out what is the right kind of middle ground for the problem and the industry we're trying to solve. The second thing is, I really think one thing I've already observed about our task force is that this has to be a cross-sectional group talking about the right way to navigate this. We have legislators on our task force who are not technology people and came into this thing being like, we got to stop AI. AI is going to destroy us. Like, how do we like legislate the hell out of it? And now they've been learning, like, oh, wait, this is actually like really interesting. How do we work together? And then we have technology people who are like, let's go and like, you know, do all kinds of crazy stuff. And then they're like, okay, wait a minute. You know, there's real implications if you don't have the right data or the right models or the right assumptions. And so having a very diverse cross-functional perspective as we think about it, I think is really important to try to get to the right answer. But I don't know, we're in the middle of it. So I'm very curious to get your suggestions of what you all think. If someone else smarter than me has figured this out, I'm sure.
That's not why I was raising my hand. I have a question.
Tommy, do you want to comment, and then we can go to Danielle?
Sure. I think very quickly, I want to just problematize the sort of AI for good concept, specifically in the sort of public services space, because I think it's such an important idea for us to be digging into and to try to figure out how to deploy, if indeed the technology carries the promise that the people selling it want us to believe that it does, and that I would like to believe that it does. But, you know, in benefits provision, we're using AI and algorithms for benefits provision. For the author and scholar Virginia Eubanks has done really important work on this, and has shown several case studies across the United States where the implementation of this AI or this algorithmic decision-making tool for good has actually ended up, unfortunately, making it much harder for people to access their benefits in an equitable way. You know, we've seen right now, I hope it's not happening anymore, but as of a couple of weeks ago in New York City, had implemented a chatbot very similar to the one that you're describing, which was shown by the markup, the publication, to be giving landlords advice that they could deny people housing based off of being seeking vouchers, and sort of basically, you know, discriminate. And you know, there are a million examples of facial recognition tools used by police for discriminating against Black people and sending people to jail. So I think this is why the Biden administration, I should say the Biden-Harris administration, began sort of our policymaking with which I will now refer to only as de-risking, because I like that term, but at least really beginning with the assertion that there are certain safeguards that absolutely need to exist before you can access the benefits that I think that we're all seeking and trying to reach. And so the president's executive order from last year orders all kinds of stuff from the agriculture department to the housing department to HHS to labor to begin to develop some of these guidelines and provisions for protecting in these specific sectors. But there's also a really important document that Janet Haven referred to earlier called the OMBM memo on AI, which is a super wonky thing. But I actually think a really important tool here, because it laid out it took the principles of the AI Bill of Rights and it said that they are now the policy of the US government. It says basically, if if the U.S. government wants to, if a domestic agency of the U.S. government wants to use one of these AI technologies, it has to pass these functional tests first. You have to prove that it's not biased. You have to prove that it's not discriminating. You have to show that it tested in a real world environment. You have to keep deploying evaluation on it. And if it doesn't, then you can't use it anymore. And so that's an important mechanism. The procurement tool that will come after that, which somebody else referred to, that says if you want to do business with the U.S. government, you have to abide by these. That's a market, we hope, a market shaping function. And then the last sort of policy tool I would say here is, which has been referred to, is just enforcement of the laws on the books. We don't know exactly quite yet what percentage of AI applications are not covered by current law, but we know a lot are, and we know that many of the enforcement agencies in the U.S. government have actually come out and explicitly said in the last year or two, if it's discrimination, if it's an illegal harm, if it's something that a company would already be liable for, whether it's done by a human being or it's done by a machine, that's true. And so, to a point that's been made before, there are all kinds of the HUD has enforcement authority, and they can be using that enforcement authority to deter against this kind of behavior sort of upstream. And so I would encourage those three policies.
And we in our state, our Attorney General Andrea Campbell did come out a month ago and basically said, no new rules, no new laws, but the laws that we have apply also to new technologies. So
yeah, important.
Yeah, Daniel.
Well, first of all, thank you, secretaries, for being here, and Omni for being here. And so I have a very kind of specific question about how we get to the public interest versions of this, given existing decision-making infrastructure. And so the case that I have in mind is in the education space.
Mm-hmm.
So you named education as one of the areas that we use AI for good. Of course, we have the sort of budget allocation for development. I can't remember if education is named in that or not. I just don't remember. It probably is. Mm-hmm. But the question is really about the sort of relationship between firms and private market incentives and public sector needs. And it may be that procurement is part of the answer here. But if you look at education, both K-12 and higher ed, there is a sort of massive need around personalization of learning and rethinking credentials and stuff like that. You sort of use badges, et cetera, a lot of ways in which AI can support all of that. But, the dollars are locked up in procurement because, for example, testing contracts only happen every 6 years or something like that. So there's like really entrenched existing infrastructures in place. And I suppose my question is, I don't really quite see how the sort of structure of development dollars and framework lines up with, firms' ability to kind of like take advantage of an opportunity to deliver something for a public sector good that's locked up in those kinds of ways. Does that make sense as a question?
Yes. I mean, I'm 1 year and like 3 months into state government, and I've never been in state government before. My whole career has been in business. So I'm learning a lot about the state procurement process, and it is fascinating and very difficult in a lot of ways. I came into state government and I was like, wow, like now I'm in state government. Like, what like, does this mean we have like a magic wand and we have a giant pot of money and we can just make stuff happen? And it turns out that is really not the case, unfortunately, for us. But we do have some powers. And I think the question is, how do we use those powers in the most effective ways? The 5 powers I talk about, number 1 is we have the power to convene. So in this case, in education, the power to convene all of our community colleges or all of our private universities, or all of our state, system, and to talk about with private sector and with nonprofits to say, what do we want to do together? And the unique thing about the state is when I call people, even people who hate each other and compete against each other every day in real life, they will come and they will sit down and we will be a team together. I wear my Team Massachusetts bracelet on. So one is we have power to convene on a specific topic across the ecosystem. A second power we have is that we have resources. So we have tax revenues that we then can turn into grants and loans and R&D credits and tax incentives and all kinds of workforce training programs. So we have money that we can deploy if we want something to happen. So we have incentives and carrots that we can give. A third thing we have is that we can change legislation, which in some cases is very powerful. And a fourth power we have is that we have the power to be a customer. In education, I think we are going to have to be a first mover. In climate, I think we have to be a first mover to demonstrate that this could work and we can use it responsibly to help then have it market really emerge. And then the fifth thing, and very important in our state, especially with Governor Healy, is we have the power to message. and to message in the right ways around what we believe and how we think things should work and why we think things should work this way. So those are the things we're trying to do. It's interesting, the first 2 months of our statewide task force was dedicated to sector-specific applications. So we had an education sector, and Santi, and I don't know, were you on it? No, you were. But actually, if you looked at education versus the other ones, we had life sciences, financial services, we had government was one, we had all the sectors. The comment from the education team, I think, was that they are behind. They are the sector that is probably least prepared for thinking about how to leverage AI, and also the sector that probably has some of the most opportunity to use it for good. But you should add thoughts.
Absolutely, with that assessment, I think some people probably want to talk about it a little bit as well. But I think it really was a sector that really came together. It's sort of this realization that AI would introduce sort of a change to the way that people were educated. Like just the act of learning has the opportunity to change with AI. And I think that element was something that involved a lot of discussion.
Yeah, Santi, please feel free and encouraged to comment on this or all of the previous
I did offer
questions.
Santi my seat on this panel, so he's much smarter on this than I am.
I had a comment so that people wouldn't think too bad of me as I pose a question. Look, I think the examples of government using technology in ways that have been discriminatory and harmful are real. And I think that it is also upon us to learn from the things that have failed to make them better. So testing and evaluating the things that we buy, testing and evaluating the things that we build, knowing when to use them, what are the controls, when do we put a person, same that we in commercial flights, we have a person that's able to interrupt autopilot. So I think that there's.
By the way, you just said the AI Bill of Rights.
No, because I do believe that there's a need, but I think, and yet when I hear some of the conversation goes a little bit to the framing this morning, my question is 50,000 people, I think 39,000 people die every year being hit by a car, but we don't talk about banning cars. And what is the environmental cost of driving? So just like, I think there's so much harm that happens right now. And I think that partially the conversation about the risk assessment of the technology they use in government and in society, it's like, there's risks, but there's also incumbent risks. There are people that deny benefits because they're racist. There's people, and again, policing can be biased because, so that just, I think that going in and thinking that what we need to compare. So I'm just like curious about like, how do we think about like really grounding the risk of the technology and the conversation about regulatory need compared to other things that actually pose harm? And in some sense, like, as you pointed out, the regulatory framework that we have to mitigate against some of those harms. So what really is like the piece that needs to be regulated that is missing? So I was just curious about it.
So there are some states. So the state of Maine, for example, people might be familiar with this. They banned the use of AI so they could seek to learn more about it before doing anything with it. We obviously are not doing that. And I think really what we want to do ensure is that the guardrails that we produce, and we have produced guardrails, are based on use and understanding. We believe that through using AI and we're better understanding, we're better becoming familiar with the risk. You know, like hallucinations are real. I had a conversation with the Assistant Secretary of Labor Workforce Development, and he sent me an example where on ChatGPT, he asked the question, what Massachusetts state representatives were also president? And it said very definitively, it was JFK. There's only been one as JFK. And so it was wrong twice because A, JFK was never a Mass state representative. And two, he's not the only one. The two Adamses, and anyone know who the third one is? Anyone? The two Adamses and anybody? Yes, Silent Cal, you got it. Calvin Coolidge.
You're kidding.
No, he's known for Vermont, but he was a state rep in Massachusetts. So there you go.
Yeah.
But ChatGPT said it definitively. So if you had just taken that, you would have been like wrong entirely with that information. So like hallucinations are real, but that's why the processes you develop, you ensure that you can include quality control. You ensure that you're validating things. Our chatbots, you talked about the chatbots in New York City. we actively go through a lengthy QA process. We're testing it constantly to ensure that we're not introducing errors like you described.
And I would just respond to this question or sort of assertion to say, I don't know of anyone in government, or certainly none of my colleagues in government, in the federal government, who are advocating banning this technology, or certainly nobody in the, and it has not happened. It is not the position of the Biden administration to do that. We have an AI Safety Institute now, of which there are members here, and Rob will take all your questions at the end of this. We have we are setting it. The administration put out a 110-page executive order with basically creating the guidelines and safeguards that you're talking about in the OMB memo I just described. I do want to say though that there are people who have advocated for the at least the stopping of developing, right? And so, for example, like Elon Musk at one point said, like, let's stop developing this stuff. And then I think it's important to ask about people's incentives here, because like 2 or 3 weeks later, he turned around and it turned out that he was about to start his own AI company. So, there are enormous claims. And by the way, I would never suggest that he had misaligned incentives or anything like that. But there are enormous claims being made by people who have, as you've noted, a profit motive for it, and that's the system that we live in. That's the country that we live in. But I think we need to interrogate those claims. And I will say, just try to say this concisely, that we certainly need to try to identify the potential uses for good. We need to figure out how they can be helpful and how they can change our lives. Those, in many cases, are still theoretical. And the harms that are happening, many of the harms that are happening as a result of AI are not theoretical. And those are here right now. And so I think that's some of the framing of the immediacy of some of this policy frame.
I would just push back on some of the benefits are not real, because translation is real.
Some of the benefits are real.
Yeah, so that's my main critique, is like the sense of like where the horizon of where the risks and the benefits are being manifested, and who gets to benefit and who gets to get harmed. Because a lot of the people that get to benefit are people that are being set aside as well.
Yeah.
Society.
No, it's not. I mean, just to sort of take your question and elaborate on it and sort of acknowledge the moment we're in. I think you're very right that there's plenty of things that go on in our society that produce a lot of harm for a lot of people, including things that we take, we just use every day, like cars or whatever. I think one of the reasons that we certainly convene this group and there's a lot of conversations that we still are at the very sort of nascent early days of what at least generative AI is, and even sort of AI in general. And so I think, there's a moment that I think many of us see, and I think certainly this group is in a position to shape, where we can sort of steer the trajectory towards more good and less harm. And so like, let's use the early days moment and learn from the past, as you said, but sort of be able to sort of steer it in a more productive direction as much as possible. And sort of on that end, I wanted to ask Santi and the Secretary Zanami, how do you think about what the state government, city government, and the federal government need from each other, what they can learn from each other, and what kind of collaborations might be might be most beneficial in terms of promoting this technology for the public benefit?
Let's start with you. Want me to go? Go ahead. But I think the collaboration is important. So one of the reasons, the task force included municipalities and direct involvement. We also, on the education side, we made sure to include K through 12 representatives, superintendents, and stuff for that group as well. Sharing of information, getting everybody's perspective. I had the opportunity to go, and I've met now, I think, like 15 municipalities across Massachusetts, and they're all struggling. They are all struggling. The biggest municipalities, the smallest ones, are all struggling. They don't have, especially in the area of IT, because that's what I was asking about. They are they feel under-resourced. They are constantly under attack from a cybersecurity standpoint. Since I've been here, it's almost on a weekly basis. There's a municipality that's brought down. Their services are brought down by cybersecurity attacks. And so they are struggling. And so this is an example where I think, through partnership, the state government, municipalities are actually working together to help make things better. And they don't know what to do about AI. They don't have the resources to really, invest and think about it. So they're relying a lot on the state government as well.
So, I mean, I think we're all in this together. This is very early days and we're all learning, and there's a lot of benefit to sharing experiences and to coordinating together. Um, I also think about the kind of knock-on effects, and there will be winners and losers from this technology. And so I was the CFO and CEO of a startup called PillPack. It was an online pharmacy. We didn't have full-on AI, but we had a lot of machine learning, a lot of kind of software tools, and we had a lot of conversations about, are we like, what are we trying to do with this software, and are we replacing all the people that we have with software? And so the conversation was always around, we are trying to figure out what are humans good at doing that machines and software are not, and what are machines and software much better at doing, and then how do we actually create better jobs that are higher paying, more rewarding, more fulfilling, and can add more benefit to customers, and then have the automation, the robots, and the software do the stuff that is just so monotonous and is a terrible job. And by the way, when it's done in an automated way, it can be safer, more consistent, all of those things. So, but that requires a lot of intentionality and also a lot of retraining of people who had been doing a job for a long time as a pharmacist, just checking script after script after script. Well, now when you have software and a robot doing that, your job changes. And now you're working on much more complicated situations when you have, different medications that might have different, kind of cross impacts, and trying to counsel patients on how to think about this. And so I think the coordination, especially on workforce and preparing people for different types of jobs and preparing everyone to benefit from the impact of this and not be left behind, is something that I think on a city, state, and federal level really requires intentionality and resources.
Yeah, I totally agree that this workforce question is critical, and one that the Department of Labor was studying as a result of the president's executive order. I'll come back to that. The sort of two things from a federal perspective, from a recent federal government person perspective, that I think the federal government can use from states right now. One is, unfortunately, I don't expect comprehensive AI legislation, or really any legislation on anything out of this Congress anytime soon. I think it's possible that we'll get piecemeal, like sort of individual provisions, but we still need someone, and this is beginning to happen in places like Connecticut and California, but I think we need states in legislation to show what a liability regime could look like, whether a private right of action can work, in what cases it can work, and it's possible that we'll have a sort of Brussels effect based off of those places. There is a risk in the sort of diffuse and potentially misaligned patchwork of legislation that will come up from the states, but I think it's probably the only shot we have right now at something real in that regard. The other thing, just in terms of aligning, a lot of conversation today about aligning incentives between a private company which has a profit motive, and people who may have different needs and priorities. There is a lot of work that's happening in the federal government and across the country right now on these sort of public compute and public AI resources. So the National AI Research Resource, which you talked about with New York State, it's called, the thing that the pilot in the federal government is called the National AI Research Resource, which I think is a NAIR, which is a really good name. Yeah, it's a really good idea with a terrible name. But that's a really good idea. It's got like $5 or $6 million in allocated funding federally, which hasn't even passed. And so when you align that, or when you compare that to what VC is pouring into AI companies, what some of these major AI labs or frontier labs are spending on developing their own technologies and deploying their own technologies, the math's not mathing, as they say. And so I do think that there's an enormous role for states to do that kind of investing, and to try to scale up the public resources to make sure that the researcher who has a really good idea at the community college in Massachusetts or whatever it is able to link up with folks across the country, both in businesses and in academia and in civil society, to leverage this potentially transformative technology.
Well, just to maybe the reason why we're so excited, you know, yeah, I think in our task force and just in general is that we are living in really weird times. Maybe every generation thought that, but I'm old now, and I grew up thinking that the future is always going to be better than the past. I grew up thinking that World War II happened, and then the UN and NATO, and maybe we were done with world wars. And I grew up thinking that the United States was, you know, the good guy. And then my parents are like, they came to this country and believed in the American dream. I did not think I would be sitting here in 2024 with 2 world wars that are both terrible and no end in sight. Cold War with the country that my parents are originally from, and an election year where we have a rematch and wildly divisive country right now. And when I look at other states are choosing different ways to lead. Some states are saying, hey, we're pro-business, we're cheap taxes, we have cheap housing. And by the way, like half the population can't control your body, and we don't believe in immigration, and we don't believe in letting you love who you want to love. We don't actually believe in science. We don't believe in gun safety. I am a business person. I don't think that's the right way to lead. There are other places that are really liberal and really progressive, but don't have strong economies and are not sustainable in terms of funding all the things that you want to believe in. I think in Massachusetts, we have a unique opportunity to be a leader in a better way, where we can be pro-innovation, pro-strong economy for all kinds of humans, and can be a place that is awesome in terms of an awesome place to live, that where we believe in each other, believe in community, and believe in doing the right thing to help the world. And so that is what we're trying to do here in Massachusetts. And we have a history of doing that. We led with having universal health care, which became Obamacare. We led with marriage equality, which became Supreme Court. So I'm hoping on things like AI, we can again lead, because we have the talent. We have all of you here. This is a crazy like brain trust here in this room. We would love your help. And the task force is open. So we have 25 people on the task force, but we have working groups. We've already pulled in 200 people from around the state. So if anyone here is interested in participating in the task force, we would welcome your brain power and your values and your ethics to be on the task force with us to try to figure out how we can lead in Massachusetts.
Remiss not to end on that, actually. I do know we have like 2 more minutes, so if there are questions in the audience.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here today. Ajit Singh, I'm a physician, informaticist working in governance. I'm a member of the GETTING-Plurality Lab. I want to bring up a point that I think we kind of walked around a little bit over the prior panel, as folks mentioned, kind of protecting workers and scientists, or saying things like, you know, how do we slow it down? In your capacity working in the public sector, currently or previously working for the state or the federal government, how do you think about how to protect and preserve the right of refusal? Either for the operator who is told to utilize a tool that they may not understand, or for the subject who may not even know they are the subject of these tools?
So today in Massachusetts, we do not have a consumer data privacy thing. There's some proposed bills in the legislature. My understanding is they're not likely to move forward. But it is something that I think AI starts pushing more towards, you know, in terms of what kind of data protections need to be in place in Massachusetts, deferring to the federal government standards like HIPAA, which is great. You know, I think introduce risk for Massachusetts.
A part of the last right of the 5 rights in the Bill of Rights, which is now policy for domestic agencies in the U.S. government, is human fallback, and so it basically opt out. And so certainly from the perspective of somebody who's being who would have to, I'll give this example. You should be able, moving forward, indefinitely, if they're trying to use facial recognition technology to identify you at the airport, for example, the policy says now that you should be able to step away from that and not use it as a consumer, and that will be true of all the kinds of sort of applications that we just described in the domestic context. From a worker, labor user context, when we talk to labor leaders at the national level, the most consistent piece of feedback that we heard is not a technical mitigation, but a political intervention, which is to continue to ensure that every time a technology like this is going to be deployed, that labor just has a seat at the table. Now, I think that is not enough. That's insufficient and somewhat simplistic. But I think as a guiding political principle moving forward, for that very complex problem, I think that's a good place to start.
Yeah, please.
So one, and it goes as a thing that I think local can contribute to both the state and the federal perspective. We have a very close relationship with our communities. So when we were thinking about how to get data about gender, we actually got people from the LGBTQ plus community and the different communities that constitute it. And we asked, how would you like to ask us about your gender and when? And we paid them for their participation. And based on that, we decided to take out questions about gender anywhere where we were not using it for making a determination. So we're the first city in the state to remove the question of gender in marriage certificates. And then the state followed suit. So again, I think that we talk to people and people know us in a way that I've asked community members about how they want to use AI and when and disclosure. So it's just, we're very tangible for people. They know what we do in a way that is a little bit clear. And I think to that extent, however we can share those experiences, I'd get it to the secretary. Data privacy is a bigger problem. This gets exacerbated by AI, but I think that we need something and data protection in the regulatory regime.
All right. Well, Congress is on the case.
Or not.
Maybe. The hope springs eternal.
Yes.
Thank you very, very much to this panel. This is
thank
awesome. Thank you very much.
Okay, with that, we're gonna take a 15-minute break. We'll come back for our last forward-looking panel, and then move into reception. And there's coffee, snacks, everything.
I'm not. What? I was trying to put myself in the last position or something like that.
Okay, hi everyone. We are going to get started with our last panel for the day. Building a political economy of AI for our shared future, imagining alternatives. And then after this panel, we'll have a few closing remarks and then transition into a reception out there. So now I will pass it over to Allison and let you take it away.
Yeah, hello everybody. Thanks for staying here to the bitter end. And I know I stand between you and the wine, so we're trying to make this really punchy and interesting. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the panel where we hope to really focus in on some practical solutions to some of the problems we've identified. I'm going to push pretty hard on the particulars of that. And let me just introduce our panel very quickly and we'll jump right into it. The format will be, we'll do about 30 minutes, maybe 25 talking between us, and then it'll be open to the floor. So going audience right to left, we have Glenn Weil. He is the brilliant member of the Microsoft research team, as well as serial entrepreneur on things social. He's an extraordinary individual. And so is sitting next to him, Rebecca Henderson, who's has the distinction of being Harvard's 4th female university professor and is at Harvard Business School. And then I've got Nathan Sanders here, who's at the Berkman Klein Center, is also involved in a number of really interesting entrepreneurial sorts of ventures. I'll let them describe them to you. But let's just get right into this. I'm going to speak in a really direct way and keep things simple, because it's easy to, when we talk about tech solutions, to go off into the stratosphere and lose half the audience. So I'm going to keep pushing to the simple. So the first question I wanted to ask our panel to think about is, from your perspective, with your work, what is the problem you are trying to solve? Just describe the contours of that problem. And, obviously I'm then going to ask you for your particular solutions. But just if you could describe the problem you're trying to solve with your work. I think you sat there because you wanted to go last, so we'll go to Nathan first.
Absolutely. The problem I'm trying to solve. So actually, someone said it earlier, this has been such a great discussion. It feels hard to add anything new to the conversation, but I think it's really valuable. I can draw on some of the themes that have already been raised because they're very much aligned with the problem that my colleagues and I are trying to solve. I would start with the talk that Danielle gave in the morning, talking about democracy renovation and the importance of rebuilding trust and engagement between public sector and its constituents to have a better democracy for all of us. For me, that's the fundamental and most interesting question facing us today. And I think there's a really exciting opportunity to leverage new technologies, including AI, to do that. And to me, that connects exactly to the last panel. I thought we heard some really interesting, compelling examples of how new technologies and AI can be used to truly provide public benefit and be operated by governments to do that. So my colleagues and I have been building a platform, which we hope can be a great example of this. It's called Maple, the Massachusetts Platform for Legislative Engagement. It's on the web at mapletestimony.org. Our mission it's focused and narrow. Here in Massachusetts, we're trying to increase the engagement between our state legislature and its constituents. And so we've built this platform. We've made it radically simpler for people to submit testimony to the legislature. We launched that last year. We're really excited about it. But immediately we run into practical problems. And we anticipated this, but it's been really interesting to watch it now in the public domain. So one problem is that people can come to our platform and they can easily click a few buttons and send their articulated thoughts on a policy issue to their lawmakers. But they face this challenge of understanding the proposed legislation and the framework of legislation and being faced with a wall of text and legalese when they look at a bill. Even when we make it easy for people to access the government, there are still barriers to people being able to participate in the policy debate. And even if we solve that problem of understanding of legislation, helping people articulate their thoughts, people coming from vastly different perspectives, and to articulate their thoughts in a way that's going to be impactful and localized for the lawmakers having legislative debate is very difficult. And we're really excited about the opportunity to leverage AI to do that, to help explain and put into context what a legalese draft of a bill means to a constituent, and helping them articulate their own viewpoint in a way that's going to be impactful in the policy process. I think there are really practical applications that we're trying to build of AI that can help do this. But I think the barrier to these types of public interest applications that we see, and I think is pervasively true, is public trust. To create these public beneficial applications, the public needs to have trust that AI tools can help them in these ways. And I think right now we have a systematic issue with that. I think, as has been cited earlier, we have a very low confidence in the public that big tech actors are building tools that really are going to benefit them. People recognize, I think correctly, that the primary objective function that's being optimized by these companies is their own profit. And they recognize that there's a potential for bias, both accidental and potentially by design. There's a lack of transparency and ability to understand and certainly to have input to the design choices, the objective functions chosen, and more of how these models are built. And so I'm really interested in solving that problem. How can we build AI in fundamentally new ways that can be a better foundation for trust and therefore enable widespread adoption of publicly beneficial use cases?
That was a wonderful introduction. He answered all three of my questions, which is pretty good. I was going to go sequentially, but do you want to take it all at a whole? As he did? Okay.
I'm going to answer a smaller question.
Okay.
So I am British, as you might be able to hear, and I have been fascinated all my life with why large commercial organizations find it so difficult to change. I went to work for McKinsey years and years ago, and that basically meant closing plants in Northern England, because firms with 100-year-old brand names could not see that the world was changing and they needed to do things in a different way. So for many years, I studied large organizations trying to do new things. I worked with Nokia, trying to persuade them that Apple was, yes, genuinely a threat. I was the Eastman Kodak Professor of Management for many years. It was a hoot, because I worked with Kodak trying to persuade them that digital technology was really a thing. And about 15 years ago now, I got super interested in climate change as something that required massive change at global scale if we were going to respond effectively. And getting interested in climate change got me really interested in the disjunction between firms' incentives and social incentives, and whether and how those can be overlapped. So how do we help support, force firms to adopt these new technologies in flexible and useful ways that actually make a difference to the social good. And so I don't know much about AI, as my earlier question suggested, but I think some of that work is useful in thinking about AI right now and the challenges we face. So I would describe my problem as, whoops, it looks we're going to destroy the planet, the ecosystem, and our society. How do we think about that? What should we do?
Yeah, that's excellent.
I love your question, Allison. It's a very challenging question. What problem am I solving? And I'm gonna take a slice on it that I've never taken before, but that I'm thinking about taking recently, which is, I think the fundamental challenge that I'm trying to address is the social divide between the people who develop technology and the people who they develop it for. The people who develop technology and the people who are my colleagues, the people I grew up around, my family, actually, it's just really different than most of the world and most of the country. It's atheistic. It's white. It's male. It just like doesn't look or feel like any of the other places that I travel in society. It just feels like epistemically with the way the basic outlook framework is just like very different. And it's like not really that way everywhere. Like it's not that way in India, really. I mean, there's some differences, but like there are a lot more social integration. It's not that, definitely not that way in Taiwan, not really that way in Japan. And I think that it's kind of like a broken marriage, and it's like bad for both sides, you know? It's like if there's this conflict between technology and the rest of society, it means we don't invest enough in technology. Technology doesn't develop quickly enough, but it also develops in directions that are kind of antisocial. And I think that, you know, there's lots of things to downstream of that, and there are lots of things upstream of that. But like ultimately, that is kind of what I would pinpoint.
That's really an excellent way of putting it. I like that a lot. Why is the United States so different, do you think?
Not just the US, it's Western Europe is mostly like this, and especially the Anglosphere. It's true in Australia, it's true in the UK.
Okay.
But, you know, I think there's like a combination of, there's neoliberalism, there's where physically things are developed, there's the attitudes that people have that have developed over time, and you know, both sides play a role in it. I think it's like a real mistake to go into either the like acceleration is deceleration, tech is good, tech is bad direction. It's like that's just like in marriage counseling when you're like, you know, they did it, he did it. It's like that's not the conversation that needs to be had. The relationship is not working. Hopefully there's not like a divorce headed in the future, but I'm a little afraid that there might be. Yeah. But like, you know, you gotta hear the issues that both sides are having and figure out like more workable ways to make that relationship process. And like we can get into some of the things that need to happen, but I think it's completely cross-sectoral. Like I don't think this is a policy question. This is not like a, you know, cultural question. It's not a research. It's all of those things. And like every one of those entry points plays a role in repairing that relationship, I think.
Yeah, I hesitate to ask this. I don't even know if we're allowed to say Judeo-Christian anymore. Is that allowed?
Well, I think the fact that we're not allowed to say Judeo-Christian is like part of the issue here, but we should say it along with many other things. It's not just Judeo-Christianity, it's Hinduism, it's Sikhism, it's, you know, Taoism.
But the countries you're mentioning that have this similarity
are most, yeah. But there's Judeo-Christian countries where that's less true, for sure.
Absolutely. So pushing, you gave me the summary up front, which is great, and I want to come back to let you elaborate on some of your points. But Rebecca, do you have insights from your research that you think might be applicable in the AI space from what you've heard today? Acknowledging that AI is not your...
a little bit more of a circle. So
yeah, it's more fun that way. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah,
it's a really good idea.
Yeah.
I may have a couple.
Good.
Who knows? I heard a couple of people today mention the fact that AI might be a GPT, a general purpose technology. For those of you who don't know what a general purpose technology is, the guy who came up with the term suggested that there had been basically three: the steam engine, the electric motor, and the semiconductor chip. And what was interesting about these technologies was that the innovation that was important was partly the innovation in the technology. Steam engines got better. But what was much more important was these were innovations that changed everything they touched. So think about what the steam engine did, and in the introduction of the railroads, basically completely changed how we think about the structure of the world. Was really led to modern globalization, led to modern connection, led to modern supply chains. The electric motor basically made possible the factory system. You could centralize production. You didn't have to be where the hydropower was. You could distribute power all over different kinds of applications. And the semiconductor chip, well, we're living in what the computer has done and how it has changed things. The fourth candidate for a GPT was advanced by Joel Mokyr at the University of Chicago. And he said the fourth general purpose technology, the technology that goes everywhere and changes everything, it changes social relationships, it changes how we think about the economy, it changes how we think about power, was the technology for the production of ideas. It was the university and the school. It was a systematic technology for inventing new ideas and for verifying truth. And to your point about there's a subset, sometimes we call ourselves the weird people, there's a subset that thinks about the world very differently, thinks about the world in conceptual, abstract terms, thinks about science as the only reality, thinks about individuality as the first and prominent thing. That is part and parcel of that new technology for the production and certification of ideas. Sometimes we call it the Enlightenment, sometimes, there are different ways to think about it. But there's a couple of things, and I'm going to suggest that AI might be, I take it we don't yet know, might be a GPT. It might change everything. So it's not just about innovation in the GPT, it's about where the innovation is used and how it's used. And here, the economics is super interesting. The economics suggests that countries underinvest in GPTs because they look at the technology itself and they go, okay, how much innovation should we do in semiconductor chips? But